It's not working.
Da 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 da. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah!
No way.
Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That was an accident. Freaking beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I have my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? Wait, I gave him 50 bucks. I gave him 50 bucks. Yo, calm down, Ping. Damn. Ba ba ba. Hey, Janelle with the first.
Hello there.
Another one. Yo, what's up, Bean? Another one. Another one. Wait, 3, 2, 1. Almost ready. I'm ready. Yo! You got your wallet? Oh, you lost? Did you lose your wallet again? Pog. How's everyone? Ow! I hit my arm. How y'all doing, bro? I keep running over my cables. Ping, Bean. You left your wallet in an Uber? Again? I'm just joking. But it triggered you, so it was worth it. Let's go.
Hello there.
Am I talking too loud? No, I'm not. Butter, what's up? We're going to be doing a tournament.
Hello there.
But I don't know where the tournament people are. How you doing, Butter? I actually went to sleep last night. Thank you. I was excited to start the Pokemon Nuzlocke today, but I'm even more excited to beat Jimmy and Jared in Mario Kart. Neither of them are on now, so I don't know what's going on, but we are the tournament. True. We're just going to talk for now with my weird hairline. How are y'all doing? Took a lot of naps today. Nice. Want to do some warm-up runs? Yeah, sure. We might as well do that, yeah? Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do some warm-up rounds. If anyone wants to add me or whatever. Yo, look at this. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
Hello there.
Wait, how many naps did you take, Butter? My day was productive, but in a weird way. My day's pretty good though. I'll explain more in a second. What do I want to do? How you doing, Chimmy? You took 3 or 4 naps? Sheesh! Bean, did anything in your wallet get stolen, by the way? All right. We're gonna put some music that you guys can request. Starting now. Oh, I love when the song starts first. Bussin'. You made spaghetti? Shit! Do you have a picture of your spaghetti? I want to see if it's actually good. My lawnmower broke today? Oh, that sucks. I love how I'm laughing even though that sucks. I gotta hit that aw. Thankfully, the driver was a really nice dude. Hell yeah. New York! We got very nice dudes in driving Uber, I guess. Sometimes. That's good. I'm assuming they saw your number and then they called you or something in the wallet. Hello there. What's up, Phoenix? How you doing? Check gallery. Oh, you posted it? Very nice. I'll check it in a second. Blitzkrieg Bop. Okay. How much is it gonna cost to fix that lawnmower? Let's check Discordo. Natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moon. Yo, are those green? I don't think I've seen green pasta noodles before, bruh. Is that common? Is that pesto? It actually looks very good. But bruh, you need to fix that bowl, bro. What the hell is that, bro? You gotta fix that bowl. It's poblano, Mexican sauce. Oh, you should bring that when you come to New York. I had to stalk him. Oh, but you found him through Uber's help. It's good that he responded. I would have kept it. I mean, what? Is it bad that I'm still tired? No, honestly, I feel like when I nap, I become more tired. So I think that's understandable. That looks really good. It does look good. It's my lucky bowl. It saved my life. Huh? How did it save your life? Oh, that sounds like an interesting story. We win it almost every night. By the way, let me know if you're trying to join. That's the friend code. Or you're trying to add me as a friend. If I don't hear a response in like 20 seconds, we'll just start it up. Yeah, of course you can join. This is a
Hello there.
This is a tournament with chatters. You can thank Jimmy for setting it up. So it'll happen soon, I think. I'll tell you when I come up with an interesting way for a bowl to say, oh. Bro, I believed that for some dumb reason. I was like, oh, you almost fell and the bowl saved your life. I don't know. How you doing, random? I can't add you as a friend on Switch. Yeah, you can. 1 second that? Okay. Cool. Let me tell you guys what my day was like, okay? What my day was like. I woke up. Oh, yeah, of course you can. Most of my friends are viewers. Are you guys on Switch? So, I woke up, okay? I went to sleep like at 4:20. Blaze it. You know? Don't suck too hard though. You might swallow. So I woke up. I went to sleep at 4:20. Woke up at like 10. Woke up at 8. Fell asleep. Woke up at 10, and I had to go somewhere at 10:30. Rushed. Went to where I needed to go, and it took like 4 or 5 hours. Came back home, and boom! I get a message on my phone. Was about to ask your FS. Yeah, I got you, bro. Thank you, Dinell. Well, Dinell got you actually. I check my phone, and you know what happens, bro? The tutoring app that I use, someone messaged me, and they go, "Hi, we're looking for someone to work with 3 4th graders every Wednesday." Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, hell yeah. So, if this actually comes through, I'll actually make, and you know, if they're okay with the price that I set, I don't know what price I'm going to set yet, though. Hey, Doctor's on. then yeah, I'm gonna make some money, and that'll be nice. That was a long story. That's pretty much all that happened. I think I sent a request. Okay, you did, or someone did. Let's go. Friend request 2. Oh, I'm so popular, bro. Yo, you played 1,200 hours of Minecraft, bruh? And 5 nights. Oh god, I hate 5 nights. I'm just gonna shit on everything you play. I'm just joking. Anyway. Everyone went live, by the way? Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Ginel. Mala, let's see, yeah, hell yeah. Let's see, Butter. Oh, Butter is, doesn't have much here. We are all streaming at once. Not gonna lie, I'm on my brother's stream. We're gonna verse each other. The thing is, I want to get a link. I'm gonna talk to Jimmy right now, and we're gonna get a link so that you guys could look at all of our you guys could look at all of our streams at the same time. I think that might be the coolest thing.
Hello there.
Do I have to stream Mario Kart with my damn phone? How do I love you all evenly? Yeah. Not gonna lie, I'm on my brother's Switch. Woo! You really love Minecraft? Yeah, that's fair. I was just joking around. That would be best. Yes. Okay, bless. I was stressed. Make it look ghetto as fuck. Are you gonna stream Mario Kart on your phone? Alright. I think Jimmy messaged me, so. Oh, he said meet on my server in 5 minutes. KK. Alright. I guess we won't have a time for a practice run, Sag. Yo, this song, bro. Should I? I say do it if you want to. If you don't want to, don't. Do what you want to do, gamer. I'm gonna try to figure this out, and maybe if one of you guys know how to, let me know. How to view 3 streams at the same time. I think Coco knows how to. Bouquet. I think there's a specific thing. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, I found it. I found the website, guys. Ping Pong Masters, Upset Trisket, ya boy Jimmy. All right, so this link should show everyone's. Oh hell yeah! All right. Coco knows. I do need content for streaming. I'll also stream it. Yumi and this song. I know, right? Bro, we're gonna sing this at karaoke, bro. I want to tell you something. In July, I didn't draw as much because I was doubting my skills, so I end up drawing only 5 times in July. So I was able to draw. I have a bit of confidence. Hell yeah! 5 drawings in 4 different days? Hell yeah. Well, when you have enough confidence to put it on the Discord, do that. And we'll shit on it. No, I'm just joking. We'll give you our honest opinion, I think. We got a Lumkubguk. But I can't talk to you for VC. True. It's just going to be me talking to myself. True. So maybe don't. I say do what you want to do. All right, so this actually works pretty nicely. This should show everyone's chat. Oh, Jared is not on yet. Okay. But this should show everyone's chat. And you could unmute different people.
Figure out what I'm gonna do with my education in college, which I'm really stressed out about because it's a.
And so this is pretty cool. I think it shows everyone's chat. I'm not sure. I think he just went live, so I'm not sure, but yeah, this should be working. I'm gonna exit out just so I don't have too much going on at once. But mods, if you can, just copy that link. That would be cool. About your server, I was thinking of joining sometime later tonight. Nice. You don't have to, of course, but it would be cool. I think it would be cool. This song, really? But yeah, this is the link if you want to watch all 3 of us at the same time. Woo! Alright. I think, yep. Oh my god, I'm so good with time. I think we're gonna join now, Jimmy. I'm gonna join him on Discord, so I might not be able to talk to you guys as much. But I will be reading chat, of course. You're on all of them? Nice. I need to make correction. It was 5 drawings in 3 days. Damn! That's even crazier. That's a huge improvement from before. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Hello?
Oh, Ping. What's up, Ping?
What's up?
How we doing? How we doing?
Good.
Hold on, let me just adjust my audio accordingly. Can you talk for me, Ping?
Yo. Yo.
Yo. How does Ping sound compared to me, guys? Does Ping sound okay?
Do I sound amazing?
You always sound amazing, Ping.
Aww.
I want to make sure I'm in the yellow. I'm in the yellow. I'm in the yellow. Okay, that's good. And talk for me, Ping.
I'm in the yellow. I'm in the red. I'm in the orange. Am I?
You're at the same level as me. It should sound good, chat.
Okay.
He is so variable. Ping be consistent. Second only to Oogie Cookie. We're record holders. Yeah. So I don't know if Jared's gonna join. Jared said he had yeah. I don't know if Jared's gonna join. We might have had a last minute push out.
Okay.
But
Is just us two?
it might be, but that's enough for great content, isn't that right, Ping?
True. All right. Are you ready then?
Can viewers join? Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Let me explain the rules real quickly. Let me. This might be a YouTube video, so let me. I'll explain it to you, Ping, and everyone.
Okay.
All right, everyone. This is the Mario Kart tournament for the new DLC Booster Course Pass, Wave 2. And here's the deal. I'm playing with Ping Pong Masters. Say hi, Ping.
Hello.
Yes, and we are racing with our chats. So anyone in my chat can join, and anyone from Ping's chat can join. Everyone's actually welcome to join. I would love people to join us. The more, the merrier. And basically,
do you need the DLC?
The winner of this gets a custom role in my Discord as Mario Kart got. Okay, I have to re-say that. Editor, cut that out. And basically, the winner of this tournament gets a custom role in my Discord server, which is Mario Kart God. You might be above the moderators. You'll be high. People will see you. You will basically, everyone will know you are great at this game. So if y'all want to be Mario Kart God, get in here and win. And let me just acknowledge my chat real quick. But you got the rules, Ping?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I never heard this song to its completion. It sounds so weird. That's like the only part I know, really. All right. Yeah. So guys, join Jimmy. If you don't have Jimmy, you should be able to join him through me. If you don't have him added. If you want to add him, you could probably just do !FC on his chat. But we should have a good group of people. All right, I'm back.
So, Ping, how's your day going?
Pretty good, but it's about to get better when you lose in Mario Kart. So.
No, it's about to go the best for me when I win. And I'm actually going to make your role, if you get last place, Mario Kart loser in my Discord, if that's okay with you.
What? All right, then I'm going to do the same thing then.
Oh, so we got a bit on the line here, I see.
Yep. And it's going to be in bright pink, so everyone will be like, "Oh, why is his name in pink?" And they click on it and they'll see Mario Kart loser.
You're
in
evil.
All caps.
You're evil. You're evil. Fine, you know what? I will turn off every other role in my Discord. That way, when you log on my server, all you will see is Mario Kart loser online, and it's you. You won't see anyone else in the server.
I will start every stream with the title and description saying, "Jimmy is the Mario Kart loser." Okay?
If I get last place.
If you get, well, I don't think you're gonna get last place, to be honest, but
if I lose to you, that might be like that might actually happen.
Yeah, and I might lose to you. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god! All right, everyone. Am I waiting on anyone from my chat or Ping's chat? If I'm waiting on you, say something, or I will start and you will just have to cry about it. Ping, I'm
Uh,
so ready.
are you? Is everyone in chat in? Is everyone in chat inside?
I'm crying, but I'm in. Don't cry. Even if you do bad, as long as you have fun. It will only get toxic between me and Ping.
Yes, and some viewers that I want to get toxic with, maybe. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I think everyone's ready in my chat.
Doctor just told me don't start. So I will Janelle's in here. See him with the looking kind of cute with the pink hair and the glasses?
Oh, what's it called? If you want, I sent this to my chat. I'll send it to you in DMs right now. And that's so they could watch like both of us at the same time if they want.
Okay. Who is first here? Assuming the ping pong masters, if mods can shut him out. Amanda's in here. See, Babully's the one with the purple hair.
Nice. Oh yeah, let me change the title to put your name in it.
Oh, I thank you. I'll type out his name. Y'all can look him up. He's a cool guy. Let me just check if I got any last Discord messages. Nope. All right. All right, everyone. So I have a rule. Okay, here's the rule. Everyone can vote the DLC maps because I bought it. So let's all pick the DLC maps in order, please. Let's start with the first one in the first cup for the wave 2, that is. So watch me, guys. Don't do anything yet. Watch me. I'll do hard comms, and if a bot wins, then I guess we all suck. Not 4 races, 8 races. My bad. All right. All right, everyone, watch me before you pick a map. We just want to be consistent here. We want to get every single one. All right, so plus the right bumper. Go to this one right here and press New York Minute. Everyone vote New York Minute first.
New York
So,
Minute.
yep, it's the third one right here, New York Minute. So yet again, right bumper. You go over to the third one on the top row and you press New York Minute. My
Okay.
dog's barking because my food's here. Hold on. I want to like elongate this as much as possible.
Someone didn't press New York Minute.
Who didn't press New York Minute? Phoenix and Gamer, guys. This is supposed to be YouTube content, okay? I just called out your names. You're now forever in the YouTube video as the people who fucked up.
And
Please.
they're getting permabanned on every
No.
social I have.
And I swear to God, of course. What the fuck? How did it do that? Oh my. Okay, whatever. I guess we're starting with Sydney Sprint. Jesus Christ.
Sad.
Oh my God. Okay, whatever.
Bro, did
all
you
right.
train?
Good luck, everyone. What's up?
Oh, sorry. I don't need luck, bro. Did you train for this?
No, I was born ready. Out of the womb, born ready.
Oh, I forgot to power up.
I actually did too. It's okay. So maybe I was, and I didn't get a fucking item. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. It's whatever. We're vibing.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Obviously, me.
Oh, it was a trick question. If you didn't say yourself, then that would just be sad, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to have faith in yourself. You know, you have to. Oh my God, who the fuck? Okay, never mind. I might lose this one, but I think I'll win overall. Ping, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah, get fucked. Oh
no,
my God, Tourny,
you
come
hit
on,
me
let's
too.
go.
What?
How the fuck
That
is
did not
Jermaine
hit me.
Wait, how is Jermaine in first place? I thought that they're beginner. What the hell?
And I'm in 10th, bro. Just
Why
probably
did you
training.
get good? What the fuck? I mean, I'm not okay. Like, huh? I'm not like calling you bad, but at the same time, it's like I just wasn't expecting it.
But at the same time, you are calling her bad.
Well, yeah. It could get better. I thought clearly they did. All right.
Ah, what? That green shell hit me.
All right, I got an idea. Boom. Let's get rid of that. And
The
of
new
course, I messed it
power
up.
generation. Oh.
All
I'm
right, all
on.
right. Let's go, baby.
Bro, I'm playing so bad.
What the fuck?
Let's go.
Ping, you're ahead of me. I hate this.
I
hate
am.
this. I hate this. Yeah, I hate this. I hate this. Where do we get back? No, get back. Get back here. Get back here. Get back here. Get back here.
I will, bro. I have no items.
Shortcut. Let's go.
Bro, no!
Let's go!
Bro, I literally stopped just so I could get 2 items in last place, and I get mushrooms. Why?
What the fuck?
It's okay though.
Dude,
You suck. So.
And I missed the item. Oh my. I don't want to talk about it.
Why do I only get mushrooms? Oh, thank you for your mushroom. Yo, thank you, bro. Give me the last one. Give me the last one.
I fucking hate this game so much. No, don't take the double.
I did.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh,
yo,
Jesus
yo,
fucking
you want a
Christ.
bomb? No!
No! Don't bomb.
No!
Oh, you missed me, you fucking bitch. Oh my god, let's go. Let's go. Fucking
Bro.
eat. No!
Wait.
Yes.
This game is racist, bro.
Thank God.
It's okay. I got hyped music right now, so I'm gonna win the next one.
Did you just say this game's racist?
Yeah.
Against who?
Luigi.
Luigi's?
Yeah. Did you think
are
I was
you
gonna
saying
say?
Are you saying in a way they're racist against Italians?
Only Italians with mustaches.
Everyone vote New York Minute. I swear to God. Everyone vote New York Minute. Phoenix, what the fuck are you doing? And thank you everyone who voted New York Minute.
Come on, Phoenix. Everyone vote New York Minute.
At least Gamer voted a fucking DLC map, I guess. Oh my god. All right, everyone vote New York Minute. What's chat saying?
Chat is saying that you're gonna lose. You don't need the DLC to vote it, bro.
Phoenix. Oh my guys. All right. I'm actually restarting because fucking content. We won't have time to actually. I did 8 maps. All right, we're restarting, guys.
Wait, we're restarting? Okay.
A new lobby. No, look. This is my content. Okay, this is my content. I can't. I did 8 races. Okay,
bro. No, listen. I agree. I think it's a good decision. That was a warm up round. You know, I got 8th place. Like, it was a good decision there.
Nintendo really needs to make something where you can like pick the maps. Everyone join in, and I can't express this enough. Pick New York Minute. Like, just pick New York Minute. Please, for the love of God. You don't need the DLC. I have the DLC. You're fine. All you have to do is press the right bumper and go 3 over to the right to pick New York Minute. I literally paid the money. You're okay, people.
Anyone can pick DLC if someone in the room has it, even if you don't have it yourself. Exactly. Yep.
Not to be mean towards anyone, and if you made an honest mistake, that's okay. But it's just my content, so I'm trying to, like, you know.
And also, you didn't get first that race, so it's understandable.
Yeah, restart.
Every race you don't get first, just restart it.
Yeah. I'll never fucking lose. That's an amazing strat thing. Oh my god.
Honestly, I'm happy you restarted. I got 8th. I tried to do a 10,000 IQ play. It didn't work. I purposefully went backwards to get a 2 item box, and I just got mushrooms. So
yeah. Am I waiting on anyone else, by the way?
Anyone in chat, if you're waiting to come in, just say I guess. Okay, we are waiting on someone.
Okay. So one more person, we should be good. Oh my god, of course that happened.
What's wrong with mushrooms? I smoke them too often, so I don't, you know. I should take a break. Wait, do you smoke mushrooms?
I don't even know if you smoke mushrooms. I think you just eat them. Right? I would assume.
I don't know.
Any shroom takers in chat care to correct us?
I'm not Mario. I should be Luigi. Any shroomers in chat?
You can't make mushrooms. You can eat them or make tea. Oh, imagine tripping on tea. That'd be interesting.
Bro, we gotta wait on these nuts, I think. All right.
Yeah.
Chat is ready. My chat
We're
is
ready, guys? All right. Let's start. Everyone's good, right? Before I click this. Everyone's good.
You don't smoke shrooms? Oh. Consumption only? Wait, aren't you if you smoke it, aren't you consuming it? Bro, English is hard.
All right, I'm starting now, guys. Everyone, yet again, New York Minute. It's very simple. And I will restart if I have to. All you have to do is, even if you don't have the DLC, press the right bumper on your Joy-Con or controller. Go to the third one and press New York Minute.
New York Minute. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
This song sounds nice, Phoenix.
Let's see if Chorus Gamer. Okay, whatever.
Bro, you should tell people that you'll kick them out if they don't vote for it or something. Bless you.
Oh, thank God. Oh, my fucking God. I was going to say, if it landed on Sydney Sprint twice, I was going to explode. All right, good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Sorry.
Except to you, Ping, because I will kick your ass.
What if I like it?
You know what? You can kick my ass then.
Hello there.
You know what? You can actually go first. I'll let you go.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. I'm a gentleman like that. Don't forget that. You gentleman Jimmy, my new Twitch name.
Nice. Vote to ban gamer. If we get enough votes. Just kidding. How you doing, doctor?
Oh.
Bro, did you put
Okay.
mushrooms only? What's going on?
No.
Are you serious?
Fuck you, bus. Let's go. Hey, Ping, what if I threw a red shell at you? Wouldn't that be great?
You missed. Ah!
No, I literally, I thought it hit you.
It hit someone else, I think, or the bus. I strategically went towards the bus. Bro, this is my map. It's called New York Minute. I'm literally in New York. I can't.
You literally have an unfair advantage. You know this location.
I do. This is really close
Fuck,
to my
I
house,
suck.
actually. Don't hit me,
Really?
Kellen. Thank you, Kellen. Ah!
That would have been useful last race, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
See what I mean? I'm in third place.
I think I just suck.
Nah, bro, it's New York.
Personally.
It's New York, bro. It's. If you're not in New York, you're not. Ow! Why'd you hit me? It's like it's part of the game, and he hit me or something. Bro, how do you get a
never
rocket?
stand back again? Oh my God, this is so embarrassing for me.
Thank you for the lurk, Moog. How you doing?
Get fucked, everyone. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get
Bro,
fucked.
how does everyone's passing me with rockets, bro?
Let's go!
This game is stupid. Everyone passes me with rockets.
Oh, let's fucking go, dude.
Bro, like, it makes no sense. Wendy's these nuts is beating half, like, most of us.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
That made no sense, bro.
The Wendy's thing?
Yeah.
I was someone named Wendy in the game or something?
I think the bot is Wendy's nuts or something, yeah.
Oh.
We're doing Mario Circuit 3, yeah?
Mario Circuit 3 is next. Mario Circuit 3. I know it's not a good map, but we have to do it for the content, guys. Remember, for the content. Oh my God, what a well-behaved chat.
I did buttered. That's actually funny.
Appreciate all of you. Ping, what do you think of the map so far, by the way?
I actually like New York Minute. You know, they're representing my hometown, the place where I was born and raised. So that map is pretty good. Some of the other maps, you know, they're just gonna be worse because they're not New York. But yeah, I like the maps.
I actually, it's unfair though. Like, why would they make a map that you'd have an advantage in? You know, why couldn't they like base it on a fictional city?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Gamer
I'm-
said he didn't know we were going in order, so I think he'll.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I think he'll do it now.
Okay. Either way, I was kidding about that. I'm not that. Okay, whatever. All right. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
I don't need luck, bro.
I think you do need luck, Ping. If
I
I'm
do
being
actually.
honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 rockets passed me last time. I was like in 3rd place. I went to 8th. I keep getting mushrooms, bro. Like
No. Ooh, okay. Up. Okay, Jockter's in first. I'm in second though. This is looking okay. So never mind. Oh no.
in a world.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What's up, Ping?
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You go. I insist.
You know what, bro? I will go. I will go and end my stream because I'm in 11th place.
Oh, let's go. Oh my god. You know what I have that all y'all don't? You know what I have? No. Lines! Oh, fuck. I messed it up.
Lines?
No, I messed it up. I was going to jump
Oopsies.
over the gap. Wait, I have a red shell, though. Let's fucking go! Oh my god! Oh, okay. This is good. This is good. I probably need more coins, but it's okay. I'm vibing. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Break. It still came for me! What the fuck? No!
You
Dude,
lost your
what the
lead.
fuck? Who did the horn? I'm in 9th. I fucking hate this map so much.
Ow!
Dog shit. Actual dog shit.
Good job, Butter.
Can I do the jump this time? Okay, kind
Of
of.
course, a rocket is behind me. No!
Dude, I mushrooms. Who
And
the
a
fuck did
rocket! I don't know, bro, but I'm about to hit you.
No, you're not. No,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not. No, you're
Come
not.
on!
No, you're not.
No,
No,
you're
you're
so
not.
lucky.
No,
You're
you're-
so lucky.
Yeah, I know I am. I hit the boost.
You missed the
Oh my
No! Oh, so close to you.
At least I beat you, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
You got hit by the blue shell. That's funny. GG's, guys. I did a lightning. Screw you all. Suck it, Jimmy. Oh, what a supportive chat. Thank you all so much. Literally, oh my god. That lightning screwed me over so much. Babully cracked. Look, listen, I can be cracked. I was just not let's go. Listen, I got unlucky. I simply got unlucky. Everyone has those unlucky days. All right, Calamari Desert, everyone. Calamari Desert.
We're going in order. Calamari Desert, baby. Bro, Wendy's nuts plays. I don't know. Wendy is cracked.
Wendy's bitches start without me? Why was I not in here when it started? Are you serious?
Because that's
Jared?
Jared.
Jared? What?
Did that
Oh
go
my
through
God.
Discord? That was so high pitched. I don't think it actually picked it up.
That went through
Oh.
Discord. What's up, Jared?
It did? Fuck, that was embarrassing. What's good? I'm cracking multiple seltzers. You can guess
Little-
which.
A little drunk Jared cameo? Let's fucking go. We're in the middle of a tournament right now.
Drunk on seltzer.
No.
Let's
Jared
fuck
always has
that.
hard seltzer.
Drunk
right?
off the fucking swigs I took.
All right, good luck, guys. Good luck.
God.
It still sounds good, Phoenix.
You spent 3 minutes with me and that's too much, you little skank.
Huh?
I thought you were talking about Butter in my chat, but you're talking about your cat.
No, Butter, you're great. My Butter, however, huge skank.
What if it's the same butter?
Wow, she's pretty good at Mario Kart for not having opposable thumbs. Or owning a Switch that I can see.
All right, green shell. Sorry, Henny.
You probably didn't see it.
Yo,
Oh.
Ping, how come I'm ahead of you? What is this?
Because it's the first lap and I don't care right now.
Oh, never mind.
Just kidding.
Oh, no.
It's the second lap and I'm ahead of you.
Oh, no. I gotta step up my A game. Fuck.
Bro, I got like ow! I got like no items. Never mind. I'm still playing bad.
Oh, I should have got rid of my shroom. Damn.
Keep getting shrooms, bro. I don't get it.
What the fuck? Honestly, this game kind of sucks. Oh, this game
Bro.
sucks, ass, dude.
Um,
What the fuck?
Getting facts?
Facts.
Literally becoming a full-time Animal Crossing streamer. I fucking hate this. Oh my god.
Bro.
Jesus
Animal
Christ.
Crossing 2, just become an anti-Mario Kart streamer.
Actually, I should. I should just like make fun of anyone who plays this game on stream.
You stole my shit.
Actually, I do that already.
Mario
Never
Kart
mind.
Streamers and just type "you're cringe" in their chat.
Okay.
Yeah, very supportive of me. Jockter.
Bro, I'm getting targeted because I'm Jewish, bro. I swear.
You're against me. You should know that, Jimmy.
This is true. Ping, yeah, as you said before, this is unfair. You said, what did you say, by the way? You're getting targeted because you're Jewish, you said?
Yes.
I'm literally also, I'm not Jewish, but I'm Italian.
Ha! Bye, doctor.
And,
Sorry.
I don't know where I was going with that.
Don't worry. I have
Editor,
so
cut
many
that
more
out.
reasons to hate you before admitting it's because you're Jewish. Don't worry, Elliot.
Fair.
Drop the Elliot bomb. Jesus
Bro, you're
Christ.
losing to me, Jimmy.
Did I just lose to you? Are you kidding me?
No, we're
Oh my
tied,
God, you're
but
full government, Elliot. Fucking Yiddish son.
Become a full-time Pokemon streamer. I would rather fucking like do anything else. I would rather stream my homework for like 48 hours. Sorry, yeah. I wasn't gonna say that. All right, everyone. Waluigi pinball. Everyone pick Waluigi pinball. Also,
oh, it's your beloved? Hell yeah.
I'm not currently.
oh, you should get in here, Jared. I miss racing against you.
You should get inside, Jared.
I was halfway through launching the game and I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Are you gonna keep doing that little mouth breathing? No, you keep commit. Come on.
I know you
keep
like
doing
it. I know you.
It's not even done. If you're gonna do it, do it. I keep forgetting Amanda actually changed her fucking name. Like,
But
you
believe.
gotta wait another 60 years. Jesus Christ.
We love our chat.
Jesus.
Good luck, everyone. Let's fucking do it.
Let's do it, Jimmy. I saw
Yeah,
that
who
face
was
you
just
made.
saying to Elliot, commitment to the bit. Amanda does not lack in that.
True. Yo,
I would join
Jared,
if I would
who's
find
gonna win
Mario
between me and
Kart
Ping? Be
fun,
honest.
'cause I wanna
Who do you
beat
expect
Jimmy
to
in
win?
Mario Kart up.
Yeah.
Honestly, gamer.
I mean, he is in.
Next time, random.
You think Gamer's gonna beat me?
Well, I mean, how have you placed so far in the races?
Pretty
Compared?
bad. Pretty bad.
Okay,
You know what?
so,
I've
I
been
mean, I know
playing
enough.
this map. I've been playing this map since I was like 5-6 years old. Okay, I got this.
It's a mega
And-
block version of that Rainbow Road map.
This
True.
map's awesome, Jared. This
I
map's
like this
No, I
map.
mean, it doesn't look
Ow!
bad. It has edges, so it's already way better than that one.
Okay, I'm actually sucking so far. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad.
I'm decent
Maps that
at
let
this
you
game, too.
fall off around the
That's
entire
mine.
thing.
Ah! Sorry.
True.
Ah! Sorry. There's
Call me
too
a
many
scrub if you
pinballs.
want. I'll call you a sweaty little fucking noob who's never touched a woman.
Damn.
Damn, Jared.
Damn.
You just called out.
Pocket.
You just called out 80% of Twitch.
See you, random. Sorry.
Fuck.
I was deafened. My stepsis came in here and started touching me on stream, so.
Oh, don't show off in front of us. Come on, Ping.
Why? I'm gonna fucking literally.
Bro, are you jealous,
Ow,
Jared?
ow. What the fuck?
I yelled too loud and lost my voice too much to try and do that right now, but I'm gonna keep up.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Ah! Ah, it's not fair!
Ah!
Elliot.
Yo.
Elliot.
What the fuck?
I have his tip.
What? Sorry, yeah, go on, Jared. What,
I want your tip.
Again? Sorry, Jared.
What?
Trying to
What
give
about...
him fucking strats, and you're like, oh my god.
Sorry.
Jimmy.
I
I'm
want
so
your
angry
tip.
right now.
You're
I'm so
interrupting
angry.
the tips, and you're also sucking at the same. Like you're only keeping people from doing
Ah!
well. And you're the stuff.
Ah! I
I'm
keep
just
getting
really
hit.
upset right now. This is
I
like,
know, as you should be.
How
You
did
should
I-
be upset with yourself for being so fucking selfish, Jim.
Bro, what the
Honestly,
hell is
true.
this?
true.
I just-
true.
I got lightnings in the vortex.
That's hilarious.
Sounds kinky.
It is.
Oh.
And I get 3 mushrooms in 12th place.
Yeah, get a shroom in your boomerang.
What?
Oh wait, no, wait, fuck. Get a fireball in your green shell. That's actually. Oh wow! I should write some
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
Mario.
Come back,
Kart
come back, come
R34.
Yeah,
back,
now
come
you
back,
give me.
come
Now
back,
you give me
come
the
back, come
Yeah,
back.
you give me a mushroom and butter. Get some rocket
Get the
launcher.
fuck out of here. Okay, no. You Phoenix, get out. Yes, 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 yes.
Bro, what the
Okay, top
hell?
four,
This
good
game's
enough.
actually racist. Nah, it's
Okay,
that's it.
but like, do you guys think that there's
Bro!
a niche market for Mario Kart R34?
Yes.
I don't want to think about that.
Because I
Bro.
could definitely tackle that niche on AO3. Like, I could make it work.
Maybe. I'm legit going back in the VOD and clipping that shit to show you guys what happened. That I that was stupid.
Metal Mario slipped up to Toad's gas pipe.
Note to editor, please use some of Pink's perspective. I want to see what happened.
8:11 p.m. Eastern. I get hit like 6 times in a row.
Are they fucking racist against time zones too? What are you talking about?
I think so, bro. I think
Thanks
so.
for these nuts.
Yo, Jews on the East Coast getting it way harder than Jews on the West Coast.
All right, Jared, everyone pick Sydney Sprint, okay? I can't stress
I'm
this
not
enough.
in the game still. I still
shit.
have. Yeah, oh, whoopsie.
Jared, pick it.
Jared, join quick. Join quick. Sydney
I'm
Sprint, everyone.
trying, brother. I'm joining through Jamanda. Boop, 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 boop.
Sydney Sprint, let's go. Jared, give me an
You all-
Aussie. Give me an Aussie accent real quick.
Suck my dick. Did you all vote when I wasn't in yet? Are you fucking kidding me?
I know. I waited for you. I waited till the last second.
Oh shit, brother.
I literally did.
I'd say I want to see the VOD, but I'll refuse to look at it if you send me it. So don't even try.
Okay. Okay. What are everyone?
I do like this song, Phoenix. It sounds mad nice.
Australia in general.
Australia? Fucking God, fucking let me move, please.
What is, huh?
Be cheaper.
I want to go there someday. I feel like Sydney would be cool.
That's one place I never want to go, Australia. I'd
Why?
rather go to North Korea than Australia.
Wait, why? What do you have against Australia, Ping?
You ever see the bugs there, bro?
Okay, that's fair.
Kind of
See,
joking, but also
That's
not
why
really.
I would just choose to be rich and put myself away from all the bugs.
Actually, you're
Yo,
right.
easy plan.
Got you. Easy.
Ah!
I bet you didn't think about that. Just be rich, dumbass.
True.
Get money, forehead.
Everyone, subscribe to my Twitch. Twitch.tv/UpsetTrisket.
Jared just gets $1 million.
I like their act. Yo, let me do my accent. Let me see if I can get a little bit of subbage out of it.
Oh, give me that Aussie accent. Give it to me,
Well, I
Jared.
say I'm from Melbourne and make people believe that I'm actually from down under, and tell them about the prawn on the barbie being bullshit. The shrimp on the barbie is bullshit.
It honestly, North Korea is nice this time of year. That's why I'm gonna go visit probably.
Dude,
That was dirty. That was
someone just a
so
little
fucking
bit of
dirty.
delay, but you're a little bit trash there, I think.
I'm a little dirty
Don't
too.
call me trash in an Aussie accent, please.
Oh, you're
Oh
fucking
my god.
straight rubbish, mate. I don't know what to tell you otherwise.
I fucking hate this so much, dude.
You hate the truth?
Oh my god.
That's not garbage. This is garbage.
Yo, Jimmy.
What?
Bye.
Just whatever. Oh my god. Of course you got the double.
Ah! I went for the double.
Oh, you're bad? You're bad?
No,
You're bad?
what? What were you saying? What were you saying? What
Well-
were you saying? Hey, Omniad, what's up?
Oh, there's a bit of echo I'm noticing.
Bye, Doctor.
From fucking who?
Doctor Who.
It might be you, Jared.
It's
I'm
you,
gonna
Jared.
literally scream.
Scream. I want to hear it.
There you
Was
go.
that your scream?
That was me muffling my scream with my lips because I wasn't trying to blow out everyone's ears.
What if I want to get blowed?
Well, you would be like my fucking vocal cords and non-functioning right now, so that would be part of it.
Oh my god, am I actually second? No way, bro.
What the? I'm in 10th? I hate this fucking game. I will literally never
Hell
stream this
yeah,
game
bro!
again.
Hell yeah!
Holy
Being
shit.
trash, and it gets way easier.
Dude, I fucking hate this game so much. Oh my god. Alright, what's chat?
Oh. How you doing, though, Omniad? I always say your name wrong. I'm sorry. Omni. I like that.
I didn't consider that I should be better. Thank you, Jared. Thank you so
Take those
much.
drifts a little tighter. You know, stick with that acceleration. My hand is getting tight. God bless, Doctor. Wait, fuck. I don't even have my.
All right. DLC Snowland is what we're doing, Jared.
Let's go.
Sure.
Good luck, everyone.
Bro, I have
Pro
a
chip for Jimmy, get good. Thank you all so much for your helpful advice. I love it so much.
I forgot what name you said.
Well, I'll give you an A for effort, Jared. If it picks you, though, I will probably scream.
You're being way more charitable to myself than I would be. But
Oh
thanks,
my!
Jim.
Oh my
That got
god!
close. That got fucking close.
If it was, I was gonna permaban Jimmy.
I feel like Loki, like I could be a little
I was
trickster
watching
with the
someone
tease
dye
and
her
the
hair and
giggles.
not even another color.
So
You were watching someone dye their hair? Hell yeah! And even another color? What color? Wait, they were dyeing their hair the same color? That's kind of funny. Yeah, I've dyed my hair red and blue last year, and I shaved my head earlier, like a week or two ago. I need to dye my hair again, but I'm not gonna do it black. That would be funny.
shortcut. Let's go, baby.
Oh, don't take any shortcuts with me.
Oh my god, that was
Don't
cracked.
try and
Who the
get
fuck
short
did that?
with me.
I hit you with the red shell.
You little penguins.
But that was
all
so
over the place.
cracked. You should have let me have my moments. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Ping. Oh Jesus. Fuck. Could you all calm the fuck down? You are. I hate this
I'm
game.
calm.
Could you be better? These are all questions
I'm
everyone's
trying.
asking.
Could
know
you
what?
just-
We still haven't gotten answers.
I'm literally trying, Jared. I'm literally trying.
Could you pleasure
Not
me
trying
in?
hard enough. That's, I guess, what we're landing on.
Could you just pleasure me in bed?
I will pleasure you out of bed exclusively.
That's pretty
Get
hot.
fucked, nerds.
Yeah, so
No,
laugh,
no.
dickhead.
Oh, Jimmy, why are you second? Never mind. Ah!
What was that? What was that you were saying?
I was talking to my IRL friend Jimmy. We're
I hate you, Janelle.
trying
Are you
to.
busy, like, jerking each other off? Is that why you're doing so poorly? You're only playing with one hand?
I'm
That'd be a better
I'm
excuse.
second place with one hand, jerking him
Yeah,
off. Okay,
I'm actually-
so
Oh my god, dude.
Actually,
you and
guys, you
Jimmy
can't.
had his mouth on the fucking joystick?
hell yeah.
Interpret
Ping-
that how you will.
Pink's playing with motion controls right now, and jerking himself up with the other hand. Obviously.
Oh, he's steering his head and the controller at the same time.
I am, and I'm enjoying it. Damn it! I tried to hit Jimmy. I'm sorry,
Dude,
Janelle.
that's
Get
a
fucked,
fucking-
everyone.
That's like Mario Kart and Wii Sports at the same time.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Ping! Ping! Ping!
Here, have this. No. Oh. I don't know.
Dude, I hate this game.
I
This
love
game
this
is like
game.
ass.
I'm
Oh my
behind
God.
Gamer. I'll take. Let's go! Second place twice in a row. You guys suck. Let's go.
How?
Just
Voice
barely
crack?
missed
How?
the end.
How?
Over 10 minutes come back to your play. Bean,
How?
who the fuck do you think
Oh
is in this goddamn
my god,
chat?
Jimmy, you're falling behind, Jimmy. What's happening?
I don't want to talk about it.
Everyone else,
Oh my
good
God.
good effort, good effort. I'm playing as if I'm so good.
Oh my god. All right, Mushroom Gorge, everyone. Mushroom Gorge. We're voting for Mushroom Gorge. Jared, it's the one you accidentally voted for last time. So I'll do it.
Wait, you said Mushroom Gorge?
Mushroom
Yes.
time. Let's smoke those.
Okay, I
Jared.
just wanted to make
Bro.
sure.
Jared, don't do that. He's doing this for YouTube, bro.
Jared, you little bitch. Oh my god. If it picks you, I swear to God. Holy
Oh my
shit.
god, I had to. I'm so sorry, but I just...
Butter, you're killing it. All right, Butter, you're in first. Honestly, Butter is killing it.
Oh, we're fine.
Oh my god! Jared, you ruined it! You ruined it! It's not my YouTube video, I don't care, but
my favorite map that I've never played before. Holy shit! That's crazy! Dude, let's go!
you want me to ban him from my chat?
Let's go! Guys, come on, let's go! Come on, where's the excitement?
It's not fair, but also it's fun, so it's okay. They didn't know what it was. That's funny.
it's kind of like, you know, Toads or not Toad Circuit. Fucking wait, is it Toad Circuit? I'm
Jared,
getting the names mixed up.
I gotta be honest with you. If you picked any other map, I would have been like mad. But it's the fact that you picked this one that's left me furious. This is the worst one in the
Furious?
entire DLC. This is just
This is the
this map
worst
is
in the whole
ass.
thing?
Bro,
Yes,
don't
this is
say
literally
that.
worse than Toad Circuit. This map is like pure ass.
Don't say that. They're gonna skip this part of the video.
Jimmy, you're gonna make your audience click off of the video. Don't click away, audience.
Don't click
Literally,
away.
If you like this map, unsub right now, please. Oh my god.
This is
Okay,
a-
fuck that audience. We are being selective and pulling it now.
This is a call to action, audience.
Goodbye.
I hit you with the red shell. Subscribe
See you next
or leave. I got you, Jimmy.
That was a
Thank
call
you,
to
thank
action
you.
to like petition Nintendo to remove this map, but I guess, you know, subbing to Jimmy is good too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you can do
guess.
both, honestly.
What can no? I mean, you better make that fucking petition now, saying do both. That you're loading them up with homework.
True.
You're giving them
True.
stuff to do.
Get fuck
They're
gamer.
new subscribers, Jim. Why would they do it? You better fucking. You got to lay out the framework.
Sorry, Dino.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. This is not happening. I'm in first
Sorry,
place.
gamer.
Jim, don't worry.
No.
It is not happening. It is not happening. It's all a fever dream.
Fuck,
Oh.
fuck, I messed it up.
Nah, I'm throwing a red shell. I'm gonna pass you.
Ping, I swear, ping. I swear to fuck. Oh my god. I'm gonna
No!
get fucked, kid. Oh my god.
Oh,
No!
I'm so stupid. It hurts.
How did I put 5 people past me?
What?
Oh my, bro, I hate this game. Yes! Yes! Fuck you! What was that scream?
Stop!
All right.
It's so not
Guys,
happy.
chat. Pick between Mushroom Gorge and Sky High Sunday.
Mushroom.
I'll pick Mushroom Gorge. Pick between the
picking
two. Your
fucking
choice.
Mhm.
I'm gonna cry, dude. Jared, oh my fucking
I beat both of you. I don't care.
Oh my god. If it picks Waluigi Pinball, I'm gonna.
Good song too. This song sounds like it hypes up.
Sorry, I'm just raging.
It gave me a gold shroom and a fucking star, and I fucking threw.
Wow.
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 Whoever you pick, it's gonna go
Ooh,
random, isn't it?
interesting.
Jamanda, I swear to God, if it picks you.
Bro.
Wow.
If it picks random, I'm gonna. Never mind. I was gonna say something TOS.
Oh my god. Oh my. No.
Thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God,
Okay,
thank
good,
God,
good.
thank God, thank God, thank God, the content
Yeah,
salvage.
stop disobeying. You do what you're fucking supposed to. This is my job.
Wow, cause I'm a Jew. I'm
No,
gonna stop.
dickweed, because you're not me.
What?
Jews were slaves in the past, and he's saying to
I-
obey.
what the-
So.
Who's talking?
All right, moving on. So the editor has
God,
content.
fucking-
That won't be on the YouTube video. It's okay.
Yeah, all right, let's go. Good luck, everyone. And you know
GG.
what? I'm gonna get this awesome shortcut.
Good
Oh
luck to
no,
all the Jews
no,
in the lobby.
So just me.
I mean, you're being mighty presumptuous.
Oh, fuck,
There.
fuck, fuck.
If there's another Jew in the lobby, I will gift you a sub on 10 people's channels right now.
Shush. All right, nothing happened, and we are currently racing. Isn't
Sorry.
this intense, guys? All right, I'm gonna win this one. I'm at least not win. I'm gonna beat Ping.
Ah, I think you will. I just fell. I always
Okay,
sucked at
you know what?
this.
Shortcut, watch this. Shortcut.
God knows
Shortcut.
I'm gonna
Shortcut.
I'm
Shortcut.
gonna
Shortcut.
Stretch you, Jim.
No, I didn't make it.
Shortcut. You fell. Okay, and I just passed you. Thank you for the boost.
I'm gonna pass you with this shortcut now.
Probably.
Place you?
Get fucked, Ping.
The one right above you, because I
Never
just hit
mind.
you.
Said Jimmy, not Elliot. Are you deaf?
Oh, sorry.
Wait, what did you say, Jared?
I am
Nothing.
Jewish.
Oh. You're
You got-
both deaf. Oh my! This is tragic.
Ah! Who shot me with a red shell? I still
Can we
didn't
get a
die.
hearing
Oh my God.
impaired tag real quick? Because both these fucking streamers are deaf as shit.
What'd you say?
I'm literally deaf.
Okay, don't worry.
How do you get a rocket?
We'll get
Let's
you an
go.
interpreter.
I am Jewish. You guys could unfollow and unsub now. Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
it
I'll
was so
stop.
close. It was so close.
Me, god damn.
When?
This map is really not. God It's not
Bro, how do
treating
you
me well.
miss both of them,
I actually like
Jimmy?
this map. I
These
know. I'm
mushroom
sorry.
sections are yes. My initial impression is they are booty cheeks.
Booty
This
cheeks,
map's
booty
a
cheeks.
classic. Oh,
This is a
I got a
classic.
star in fourth.
How? I got a mushroom.
No!
No!
Is it? I didn't. I'm good. Dude, no fucking shot. Holy fucking shit. Literally. Oh my god.
This game is literal. It's just dumb. No. Oh. How do you get a rocket, bro?
Oh,
Yeah.
let's go.
Okay. I'm right behind him. It's okay. Bro, I feel like we're pretty close, Jimmy. That makes it fun.
Wait,
oh no,
who
never
won
mind.
Overall? Who won
never
overall?
mind.
between
Never
us?
mind.
Oh, no!
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Third place, baby. Get out of
So
here.
the winner is Gamer for Life. Congratulations, Gamer. You are now Mario Kart God. Thank you everyone for playing. That was so fun, and please subscribe. Also, Gamer is not in my Discord server for various undisclosed reasons. So Ping, can you make him Mario Kart God in yours?
Jackson NBs.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna get my burrito. And a bunch of my neighbors are over and have heard me screaming on the top of my lungs. So that's kind of fun. BRB.
He's always gonna be Mario Kart God though. Gamer's too cracked. Since Jimmy left, guys, follow me at twitch.tv/Gnell_gigabyte. That's twitch.tv/Gnell_gigabyte for some amazing content. Thank you.
Is it gigabyte or jig? Oh, it is gigabyte still.
Bro,
I thought
do
you
you
went full J.
Do you say GIF or GIF?
I say GIF because I'm not a fucking asshole.
Good.
So what do you say?
I say GIF, yeah.
Is that true?
I do. I say GIF.
Okay.
I'm not a dumbass. Yeah, I say GIF.
I've heard people say GIF next to me, and I just I don't want to have that conversation because it's not 2013, but also fuck that.
GIF. Goddamn.
Jared not an asshole. Baha K-bomb not being low key. Chill.
You're not an asshole. I mean, like you're a playful asshole, like me.
Just when I
think.
need to be.
Yeah.
Wait,
But
you
you're
can
more.
pin channels.
You could ping channels.
Who am I gonna fucking pin like on your follow shit?
Yeah,
You can have
that
certain
just-
ones at the top.
That just happened recently, actually.
Yeah, it was just giving me the update for it. I'm gonna do that for Jimbo right now. You can only get 3. That's
Yeah, you only get 3.
an ad. Yo, sub dum fucking easy fix.
Well, they don't
Fucking
hear you.
easy
They have an
clap.
ad.
Goddamn right they can't fucking rip you. No sub.
Sag.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. I was just saying, are we gonna continue playing this asinine game?
Yeah. If you want to
All
embarrass
right.
yourself again.
All right. Thank you again for the sub, Janelle. Love you.
Wait. Can we do it if like?
Let's see frantic items. Oh my god, what? Oh my
shit.
What the
dude,
fuck?
thank you guys. Hype train is close. I appreciate you all for just gifting some subs. That's amazing. Thank you all so
Damn,
much. just
thank
for
you
being
so
here and doing
much.
that.
Thanks,
awesome.
Bean. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
Gamer, thanks for the raid, bro. I say Jeff because the inventor who was related to the peanut butter company. I know. Wait, what? Oh. I thought you were gonna say the inventor said it's pronounced Jeff, but you just went a whole different direction.
Just eating this.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. Okay, how about if you lose to me this time, Jimmy? You have to do 100 push-ups. But if I win, nothing happens because I won the first one.
No.
Fair.
How about 5 push-ups? Max I can do.
If you say 4, I'm down.
4.
Okay, let's do it. Are we doing sky high?
We can do whatever now. Tournament's over. We're good.
Oh, tournament's over. Sag. I have to pee. If anyone wants to join, you can join. Friend code is there.
My friend code's not working for some reason. I don't know why. All right. Up, that's my friend code. Thank you so much, you know. Yeah, join on and friend me. You're more than welcome to join.
Deep Purple. Wait, this is Deep Purple? This sounds mad nice. I don't have much time. You don't have much time to talk? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. I was just screaming a lot right now in a tournament. Moog is here! Hell yeah. But yeah.
York minute.
Wait, can we do 3 push-ups, actually?
Deal.
Wait, can we do 5 diamond push-ups instead, actually?
No.
4?
Actually, you know what? No push-ups. Let's just do jumping jacks.
How many jumping jacks?
You name it.
100.
Fine.
You're dumb.
Oh, I gotta go real hard then.
Yo, thank you so much, Grizzly, for the follow. Appreciate it. Sorry, I would have muted for that. Actually, let's not do 100.
What? You said 100. Everyone.
You know, fine, whatever content, whatever. All right, whoever loses those 100 push-ups.
Fucking stage
Push-up
4
brain.
content brain.
I know.
Yeah, listen, Twitch content.
What the fuck? Dude,
Twitch
you're
content
kidding.
is one thing, but YouTube content is another. What? YouTube content is one thing, but
This
Twitch
isn't
content.
even going on the YouTube.
Oh, it's not. No, the one before
No.
was, right?
Yeah, dude, how am I getting so utterly fucked? I hate
Yeah.
this game so much.
Bro, I'm saying
Oh,
YouTube
sorry,
content is
Genie.
one thing, but Twitch content
See you,
is
Genie.
something else.
That's true. I'm feeding you all.
Okay. Oh, you're in band now. Nice. Thanks for checking in. See you, Asta. Thanks for popping in. Let me. Oh, I pressed buy. All right,
Well,
I'm
whatever
back.
it is, it's behind me.
I'm back in black.
Back in black. Da-da-da.
I hit the sack. What does that mean? Such a deep message.
Isn't it?
Yeah. You know what else is
Means
deep?
What?
My love for Pokemon. I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start Pokemon Nuzlocking tomorrow. I'm pretty excited for that.
Ooh. I know I'm not winning, so I'm gonna do this behind. There we go. Let's go, baby. I sent. All right, let me accept it real quick.
TOSable TOSing TOS.
I love that. I want to start saying that.
Oh, you mother.
You mother lover?
Yeah, that's it. That's the group I was targeting.
I did not get your request. Yet again, if you want to check again, this is my friend code right here. Did Janelle typed in some random bullshit? Oh my god. All right, hold on.
Wait, did he actually?
Yeah. Oh my god.
He might have put mine just so that person could join.
Oh, it might have been pings. Check
Yeah.
yours, ping.
Grizzy? I think I just added you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, then we're good.
But I don't even know you like that. No, it's okay. I'm joking. Does anyone know how to drift? Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I know how to drift. Oh, they also updated Coconut Mall. I don't know if y'all heard.
Oh, they did? Oh, yeah, with the cars, right?
Did they make them not shitty? Oh, we love hot fixes sometimes.
True.
They move now. They do donuts.
Jared always fucks something up. Wait, what? Oh, my chat was scrolled. I'm dumb. Never mind. Does anyone else need to pee?
Already did.
And whoever said that's mouth.
What?
I don't know. I heard someone.
Jared, I almost choked on my food. Fuck you. Oh my god. Almost choked on my food when you said that.
You did? Good. You should have. Because I want you to choke while I piss in their mouth. And honestly, I might bust the hardest I've ever fucking.
Bro, that's insane, gamer. That was good. That was really good. You still need to eat dinner? Sag. Eat dinner while playing. What are you gonna eat for dinner?
Oh my god.
Oh god, yo, the fucking thickest ropes always.
I'm muted and I just hear, oh fuck, the thickest.
The thickest ropes you ever done diddly seen, brother.
Diddly do diddly did. Taco. Everyone eats tacos. Guys, who's eaten a taco in the past 2 days? Raise your hand.
Not me.
Well,
No, I was up in fucking Yee country.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, how was that?
It was shit for the first week, but after that, pretty chill.
Nice.
Janelle,
Yeah, Janelle tried to do it to me, I think, but it didn't work.
are you kidding me? After all the content I give you all, this is how I get treated?
Good job.
Wow.
Good job, Dino. He's working for
all the
PP
content
squad.
he's leached out of you. This is how you treat him?
I know.
That's fired. Yo,
What's
Jared.
Dean saying? Jared is just a voice off screen. He's being. Hold on, I
You
gotta read
missed.
that in a second.
But I did it. Oh. No, Butter got an error.
No, dude, this will be me in 10 minutes when I start the Cracker Boy fucking profile pic stream because I want straight up. I started this stream with you guys in your Discord chat with my dick out. I was fully naked. When I joined.
Oh my god!
I was vibing in my fucking birthday suit, just hanging. Now I got boxers on. Like we're not fully
take them off,
naked,
bro.
but
What are you
also-
doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? Come on, and share the video.
I can't trust. Okay, Jimmy, I know you
What?
won't get banned like that. Elliot, I know risks that shit all the time.
Well,
and
I don't-
he will
what?
drag my dip onto stream.
What? No, what are you talking about, bro?
There's just a part of me. It's like he's like for the
Yeah.
content.
I mean, you're not wrong, but also.
Oh my! Gets banned for content.
No, I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you craved it because of yesterday? That's actually funny. Yeah, go get some food. Don't talk when dick is out. True.
Oh my god, where's
Wait.
my deodorant?
Why do you like talking with your pee out? Does it like make you feel good?
I mean, hanging out without clothes on is pretty chill. Not gonna lie.
Did you have a 1, by the way?
Wait, what?
Nothing. It's okay.
I don't know what that means.
It's an inside term. It's okay.
Are inside your mother? Like what? Okay.
Whoa! My mom's dead.
Whoa, bro! That'll stop.
No, she's not. I shouldn't say that. You know, sometimes she watches my streams, and sometimes certain things I say, I'm like, I really hope she's not watching right now. This is one of those times.
My fucking song covers are on the same channel as me talking about a gangbang, so my mom is like, I hope she's prepared for whenever.
Wait,
that
she's gonna
suggested
join the
video
gangbang?
pops up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, in the Korean ramen video, in the subathon, I had a thing called a gangbang. I was gonna pour a fucking bang energy drink in with a bunch of other bullshit and see how that went.
Bro, I miss you, bro.
I missed you, Jared.
No, I was talking to my stepsis, but yeah, I guess I miss you too, Jared.
Okay, I didn't think anyone did.
I literally did.
Aw.
Honestly, stream was boring without you. I'm not gonna lie. I
Yeah,
had like an existential crisis when I streamed the other day, and it was so boring. I'm like, I know I always
Wow.
joke that Jared's the content, but like, now what do I do with myself now that he's not here? You know?
No.
well, you know,
so sad.
I
Oh,
would,
Jimmy, my little content parasite.
Jimmy,
My little tapeworm.
Jimmy,
Literally.
I was streaming.
You were, and I love you, Ping. But
No,
also
it was
just- I miss
boring
Jared.
without me. You were saying, without Jared, but I was there.
Well,
I-
it was boring for me, but I
I-
loved watching your streams.
I invited you while you were streaming, and you said "fuck off."
No, I didn't.
All right, bro.
Is this the
accidentally
Ping
invited
drama
you.
arc?
I was joking.
Anything for the
I don't think.
content?
I don't think
Get
I'll.
out here.
The only thing I would get into drama for would be like saying some. Never mind.
You'd
Some-
say some stupid questionable
Yeah,
shit. I
yeah.
know a streamer who I was like, I watched a fucking Fall Guys stream of his, and that's as identifiable as I'm gonna get with it. I've watched like one of his streams and was like, oh, you seem like a chill dude. Like, let's play some time. I joined his Discord server and never ended up playing with him. But then in the last month, I've seen messages of like him just being like, yo, I'm like so fucked right now. Like, I just need someone who like gives a shit, blah, blah, blah. Call me in a message. And then like linking tweets where apparently his ex is calling him out for doxing her on Twitch and shit. And like just a
Well,
whole spiral. that
It's
I
good
got
you
told
avoided that.
Yeah, no, straight. I'm like, I'm just, are you good, dude? But I'm not gonna message him because my dude's on a fucking warpath.
True. I was in second place, and I get.
I'm in ninth. Oh,
Ah!
no. Never
Ah!
waste the star, you stupid idiot
no,
asshole idiots.
I got hit like 30 times.
Just oh my god,
Oh,
you literally
Grizzy.
beat me.
Oh my god, I stole third place. Oh my god, I fucking yoinked your little buckets.
I actually love this song so much. Who put this song? Jimmy? Hell yeah, bro. I haven't heard this song in so long. Jimmy needs to learn to love it. I dropped that so you won't think I'm hacking. I don't think you're hacking, bro. I think you're a beast. I honestly think you're a beast in this game. That cut is only on 200cc. Oh, interesting. It's good you said that. Otherwise, I would have tried it. Otherwise, you know.
I once saw where I'm like, oh, this dude seems okay, and there's Nightbot like there's command and it just dropped the N word. I'm like, okay then.
What about that word?
Yeah.
Guys, I really gotta pee.
Piss in your pants, or else you're a fake.
Honestly, what are underwear for if not to piss in?
Fucking nothing, because they're not diapers. This stream brought to you by Huggies.
Guys, do you know what ... 3 means? I guess not. What does that
I
mean?
assume it's like a heart that's flatlining.
Oh. Never mind then.
Okay, I need to check my fucking email.
I wish I got chips.
Wait,
Damn.
no shit. No way, I mean. There's 2 Canadians in the lobby. Kind of cringe, but okay. I'm just joking. Not really.
Hey, oi Canada.
Bro, would you guys rather... Wow, no one was gonna ask me. Okay, never mind.
You didn't say
Rather
anything.
what?
We didn't hear it.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. I was hoping someone would address that, but
Address what? You didn't say a whole question. We thought your Discord fucked up.
oh, it's okay.
No, it's not. Finish your fucking sentence, you mopey bitch.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be funny and it didn't work, so I'm just gonna shut up now.
Fair enough.
I feel bad.
They're for keeping your balls away from your zipper. That's what underwear is for. Well, just don't wear pants with zippers.
Well, they don't do a very good job because I pull my dick through the hole of my boxer briefs every time and it gets pinched every fucking time.
Well, that's because you got a big boy. That's why. That's different.
No, it's because they don't do a good job of making it so the hole that you poke your dick through when you're wearing your pants
Don't hit me!
It gets pinched. It's a big design flaw, if you ask me.
Bro, you should start a company that addresses that.
I should.
You should.
I don't want to, though. My name's not Fruit Loom. My last name isn't even Loom or Haynes.
Bro, you're doxing yourself. Now they know your last name is not...
Oh, shit. I guess
We
I
all
gotta
know it's Jared.
for all the ones it could be.
We know it's Jared Smith now.
Yep, it's Jay Smith. You caught me. I made up Jared as my
Smith.
alias.
Jay Smith. The one and only. Bye, Moog. Oh, never mind. Bye, Grizzy. Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad when I hit a Canadian because they're Canadian.
And they're like nice.
Yeah, supposedly. But I
Also,
do know.
first place, you all suck ass. Oh my fucking god.
Bro, it's not a tournament. I'm not trying.
But 100 push-ups. I mean, 100 jumping jacks.
I want to exercise so I get fit.
Alright.
No, I was joking. I just played bad. Would you rather have poutine or pootie tank? I'd rather have your mom in my house. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. That was messed up. I'm joking. Poutine.
Too far,
Pootie
Ping.
tank.
Too soon.
Yeah,
Too
pootie
far.
tank. Oh, I just spit water everywhere. You're back with food. Let's go.
K-Bob is a Canadian.
A yellow Canadian. What does that mean?
Fellow, not yellow.
Like,
I was like, what?
I was about to say. I was like, I don't know. It's kind of sussy baka, but you know.
I agree.
Get that bussy Saka.
Hell yeah,
Bum, bum,
Canadians.
bum, bum.
Canadians, rise up. I live in Toronto, for anyone wondering. We should
I
link
live in
up.
Alaska. Close enough.
Nice.
Yo, Jared, what do you?
All right, Phoenix. Thanks for the games, bro. I hope you enjoyed, especially the tournament. Tee. I wanted to pay attention more to where everyone ranked, but I was just so excited for beating Jimmy that I didn't.
Yeah, but then part of me also knows I'm not gonna make a video, so it doesn't matter that much. But
True. I have my video fully edited, but my Max died and it won't charge back up, and now I'm like losing out on the algorithm. It would have
you
got so many more
tried
views.
yelling at it
Bro, I'm gonna make cool
What?
YouTube videos soon. Jesus, why are you
more
yelling?
firmly.
I'm gonna make
When
really
you
cool YouTube
try your
videos.
best- Oh yeah, sorry, Peng.
No, I'm sorry. I talk too much.
You're gonna make YouTube cool YouTube videos, which is why everyone should sub to Ping Pong Masters on Twitch. I agree.
Huh?
Not on Twitch, on YouTube. I mean, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, don't sub to me on Twitch. That's a waste of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
What?
I
All
shouldn't have gone behind.
the
Oh, it's good,
idiots
never
that
mind.
sub to me on Twitch, they don't know what they're doing with their lives. You know what I spend that money on?
Buffalo chicken.
On
Buffalo
TOS
chicken?
things and
Yer.
buffalo chicken. Yeah.
Who doesn't love buffalo chicken?
Assholes.
Probably the chicken. They probably don't like getting eaten. But
You
my
know, like, if
stepsis.
they knew what their hard work was going toward, they'd be kind of like, you know what? I'm not thrilled, but I'll take it.
I think you're right. I keep getting hit. Y'all playing well. Oh, Moog just fell.
Gamer tried to break to let me get hit by the blue.
What's up, Elena? How you doing?
Oh my god.
Absolutely fucking clap, bruv. Fucking destroyed.
I love your accents, bro.
I'll
Get
try my
clapped,
hardest,
bruv.
bruv. All day, all swear to God. Oh, fuck. There's a VO thing I gotta do an audition.
What?
Hello there.
Oh
When
my
you
God,
try.
dude,
Oh,
no.
Sky is here.
What the fuck?
Yo, Sky, what's up? What did I want to say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing Pokemon. I'm gonna have some nice Pokemon content out soon.
Play some fucking Pokemon?
Yeah, it's gonna be super original, like no joke.
That
So it's either gonna flop or it's gonna be really cool. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I had
bro.
an idea today, and yeah.
Well, I'm hyped you had an idea.
Let that idea flourish.
Thank you. I'll be right back. I would play with you guys, but I sold my Switch. Why'd you sell it? What'd you use that money for? You're doing good? Hell yeah. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm sorry, Moog. I hit Moog. I'm doing pretty good. What's up, Nathan? How you doing? Is your niece bothering you still? I love how Phoenix said he's gonna stop and he's still playing. That's awesome.
I'm
Yo,
so upset,
I'm
but
back.
I'm not surprised.
What happened?
Bad things. What else?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Ping, what did you get? Because I think I got ahead of you.
All right, bro. I was. I beat you during the tournament. Okay, that's all that matters.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, 100 jumping
Choose your
jacks.
victories and which ones to make important.
Exactly. Bruv, what are you talking about, bruv? Bruv. Sorry.
Bruv.
Yeah.
You know Australians like moan like that? Bruv.
I don't know, but Canadians do.
Hello there.
I'm Canadian. I would
Oh.
know.
Oh, you are?
Canadian.
I am. I live in Toronto.
Yeah, that's crazy. I actually live in Melbourne.
Bro, this is my plan to
I'm
get.
fucking Aussie, mate.
Guys, this is my plan to get all the Canadian viewers.
Be
Hey.
the one person in Canada.
Canada.
True. Hey. 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 That's.
Sorry about that.
They probably get so mad from that. All right, I'll be right back. Yo, what's up, Sky? How you doing? Butter, you might be getting errors because you're not moving much because you're eating, or if you're racing and you're getting errors, then I don't know what it is. But she's not bothering me. Hell yeah, but her nose is broken. Damn. Used it for my birthday. Oh, okay, cool. What is attack the block? I don't think I've seen that. I like saying bruv though. I felt so cool in Japan saying bruv. All right, I'm back. You guys being so racist, well, it worked. Let's go.
Oh.
I don't know if that was reacting to that, but yeah.
All right, all right.
Damn. Bro, one of my viewers broke his niece's nose.
Badass. No,
True.
I'm just kidding. I'm
Alibi.
just kidding.
I didn't get away with it.
Yeah.
He just walked away, I think, afterwards.
His badass.
Hit
Imagine
and
if
run?
the kid walked away, yeah.
I hit and run. How'd you miss your green shells? That was kind of cringe. I don't know who missed that, but if it's a Canadian, it's not cringe. It was just, you know, it's just a mistake, but
Par for the course.
yeah.
Poor K-Bomb just being a Canadian in the stream right now. Like, huh?
I mean, you could have just ended it at, you know, poor Canadian.
Are
Sorry to
Canadians
call out.
poor?
Okay.
No, because you said poor. Listen, you said it.
Just-
Okay. I went into a wall in first place. I suck. I actually suck. And Jimmy passes me, bro. I hate this game. Get hit by a red shell, or
Nope.
don't, or whatever.
Oh my God!
That was-
Edging masterfully like I've done for years online.
Bro, I did that today before going on stream. Not gonna lie.
Did
No.
you?
Yeah, I did.
Did you finish before starting?
Okay, so there's levels with edging. I feel like, you know. So,
I've-
like, you know, there's
Plus
different
18
levels.
stream. Plus 18 stream. Plus 18 stream.
Oh yeah,
Just
plus
for those
18
of
stream. So if you like, you know, if you edge, for those that don't know, you don't need to know. So if you edge and you get like
Oh my God.
really close and then you stop yourself, like that's pretty good, right? But then if you do it a second time, bro, that's godlike.
Yeah, no, there's stages. It's literally like a rocket.
100%.
There are stages.
Yeah. So I got to level 2 and then I just couldn't help it.
Oh,
And
you're weak is what I'm hearing.
Well, kind
You
of,
need
but
some fucking Bezos money to invest in your SpaceX or whatever, and maybe one day you can get to like stage 4 or 5.
true. Well, that's part of it.
Maybe.
The other part was also that I was like, ugh, I gotta stream. So like, you know, I gotta save it up for stream.
Oh, true. You don't want to blow your
Oh.
load, you know,
Wait.
you know, you don't want to blow your load literally before you do it physically.
The pig literally
Exactly.
just gets
Can
hurt.
we just
It's fun.
can we just talk about how I crossed the finish line and no one crossed it yet? Like no one. Only now someone crossed it. Like Jesus, guys, I'm versing bots. I swear to God.
Considering I'm
Oh
an
my
8,
God.
I don't want to fucking talk at all. So you guys converse amongst yourselves.
Bro, these are good songs. All right, I'll be right back. Attack the Block is about aliens and chavs. I don't know who John Boyega is. Should I watch it? But I have half-baked peanut butter ice cream. I don't like peanut butter. But that sounds cool, especially half-baked. I'm gonna go for her leg if she bothers me again. Probably better, yeah. Don't break it, but you know. Earlier when playing Animal Crossing, it kept crashing. Sad. I don't know. I wish I could help with that. Teehee, do you know? No one asked. I had people fucking me that I couldn't get an item. Whoa. That's TOS, bro. It's getting hot in here. It is. I gotta put my AC down.
Free healthcare. Like we're saying this like jokingly. Like America sucks.
Oh, ironic.
Like,
Huh?
like,
I literally
don't worry.
I literally come back and I just hear America sucks. I'm like, huh?
No, yeah, K-Bomb's like, I could be roasting America, but I choose not to. Like I'm saying we're joking about Canada.
Did I
Yeah.
hate? Wait. Did I hate on
You can
Canada?
afford it when you can afford healthcare.
Did I even hate on Canada? By the way.
We're just joking. How's I supposed to know y'all joking? I'm sorry.
all I-
Canada's a hit. Oh, what's
Sorry.
up?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a shithole right now, though. Well, at least you guys have free healthcare, so that's
Bro,
pretty
all I
pog.
was saying about Canada was that I live in Toronto. That's literally, and I said A. That's
Shut
about
up, Jared. Shut up.
it. That's what I was thinking too. I'm not gonna lie. When I see a K, never mind.
Crap. What's going on? Oh shit.
Definitely
Oh
watch
my
it.
god, Jared. Jesus.
It's okay. I'm not cheating. I don't have auto steer on.
Fucking.
Bro, I don't like root beer. I think I will. Can you message me? Sorry, this is kind of annoying for you, but can you message me the movie name? So I might in the future possibly watch it. I'm gonna make a movie recommendation list and put who recommended it to me. So when one day I watch a bunch of movies, I could tell you guys what I think. I think that's it. I just came up with that idea now. It's good, but I prefer the brownie corner. Brownies are good. Root vegetables? What, like a carrot? California likes to party. Holla back, girl. Flow rider.
Laugh when they hear about a copay.
Yeah,
All right,
I
I'm
know.
back.
Oh, okay, I had a family emergency room, but I'm back now. Oh, damn, are they okay? Are they okay, but bully?
Only it was paid for, whatever it was. I'll
The
stop.
roof is on fire.
Yeah, we good now? Awesome.
Oh, wait, what
Sorry
the?
to
There's
hear
a
that.
pipe?
Boom.
There's a pipe. Are you smoking?
I didn't know you could ride on that shit. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, Kellen, you stole it.
But maybe they do gotta fix some of the
Sorry.
wait times. I'm
Oh,
not sure. I don't live in
Eat-
Canada. I've just,
Eat?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Christ. Don't fucking do it over the gap.
Janelle! Oh, I thought that was the last one. Oh, I'm sorry, Janelle. I didn't mean to hit you. Oh, shit. Jared, you're second?
I don't know how either.
No, you're not. I was joking. No, I fell.
Wait, going through the fucking fences gives you the spin effect.
Yes.
And it isn't just like a little wall.
It
That's
does.
weird.
I didn't want to mention it because I wanted to have the upper hand of knowing that piece of knowledge, but... Yo, Jimmy.
You were going to be a little bitch?
Yeah.
I
Jimmy.
mean, I'm not shocked. I'm glad you stayed in character.
Ping.
Jimmy, what happened, bro? What
Oh,
happened?
my God.
I'm not gonna lie, you're
Let's talk
probably
about
beating
it.
me on points, but you're in 7th. Yes, yes. I want to see you do 100 jumping jacks. Come on.
Are you beating?
Oh, the song's so good.
Am I beat? Are you beating me? Are you beating me? Are you beating me?
I don't know.
I thought it was just ping at stake for doing that.
No, me versus Ping, whoever gets last.
No,
oh, thank
you're
God.
doing so
fucking,
good.
Yeah, get out of here, Ping.
Good job.
That's
good
only
job.
2 DLC cores.
The song's so good. Cali do like to party. So does New York, bro. So does New York. But yeah. You see New York Minute, bro. They don't got Cali Minute. I got shots today. Oh, okay. Your blood draw? Wait, it wasn't supposed to happen. So why did it happen? It's raining hard where you are? In Indiana? It's so it easily comes to me now. I honestly didn't think I would remember Indiana so easily. What do you mean, Pink, by not meaning to hit Dino? It was lie to make him not hit me. Lol. Woo! I've been holding in my pee-pee so long, guys.
Right now?
Huh?
Anyone have a favorite map right now? We were talking about that in chat.
Nope,
Yeah.
it's all head empty.
I like Rust and Shipment a lot.
Kidding me. All right.
I like
oh my God.
Ragnarok, honestly. But also, I don't know. I completely forget the Overwatch maps. That bit died in my mouth.
Oh, you referred to Overwatch? Oh,
No, I
okay,
referred to a Halo
Huh?
one to start, and then I was gonna give you a fucking Overwatch. It's been 4 years since I've even touched that game, so
Don't worry, Overwatch 2 this fall, the comeback.
Yeah, I literally should just kept the copy I bought last year of the first one.
Are they
I
actually
refunded it.
doing Overwatch too?
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
come out this fall,
Well,
and I'm
the
gonna.
beta's been out for a minute.
I'm actually probably gonna play it on stream. I'm not gonna lie. I was like
Yeah,
popping off the
probably
first
so
one.
will I. I need something to fucking cleanse the
Bro.
palate.
How much do we get this map? How much? How often?
Like,
You ran into it.
literally too much. Literally too fucking much. This map sucks.
Oh my god, I'm a god gamer. What the hell? Well, bro, I need to take such a big piss. Thanks for the hydrant. Last time I was at the doctor's was 20. Oh shit. Oh, that's important then, Elena. Bing bong. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Moog! I have to hit you. I've been told by Dinelle. I missed! No!
What place? Wait, what place are you in, Ping?
Ahead of you, so it doesn't matter.
Actually?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bro, honestly, it's kind of cringe, bro. I haven't seen you all game.
Kinda cringe.
Yeah, kind of cringe. NGL. Thanks for the hydrate. I can't hydrate, bro. If I hydrate anymore, it's gonna come out of my pee-pee hole. Bro, this song sucks. Yo, Jimmy, California or New York?
New York.
Right
100%.
answer. Good shit, bro. Moog, why'd you hit? Are you Jimmy? I was in front all game, and you come in the end. Are you serious? With 3 mushrooms? How does that make sense?
Let's fucking go, baby.
And I get. What the hate? This makes no sense.
Yo, let's go. 100
This
fucking
game is
jumping
actually
jacks.
racist, bro.
Have fun with the fucking blue shell, whatever that I was gonna hit.
You piece of shit.
Oh, bye, gamer. I'm sorry. Oh, bro. This is how to do music. Oh, this is Tupac? The rapping sounds nice, but California ill.
Oh, wait, are they playing like the classic song? Like the
You know-
California
Yeah.
knows how to party.
Bro,
in the ci-
wait. Can we just agree that I won? I got 69 points.
Get out of here.
Okay, fair.
Jimmy, you gonna
Answer
play
that for
Pokemon
him.
Scarlet Violet when it comes out? No, I'm actually gonna stream paint drying on a wall instead.
I'm gonna stream that. I'm excited for that game, bro. I want.
Sorry, no, I don't mean to roast. If you guys want a Pokemon streamer, look at Ping. Not me. I'm not a Pokemon streamer.
Guys, I'm literally the biggest Pokemon head I know.
All right, I'll be right back. Moog, I won overall. Yeah, Dinell, you became a beast. You gotta drink it twice. I did it twice. Oh, I don't believe you, but I'm drinking it. Not gonna lie, I was trying to find this song. Oh. Gmail killing Minecraft. This you little piss boy. I need to piss. I should go, right? Wait.
Yeah, Jared, you're the biggest Pokemon head around. Who's your favorite Pokemon?
Fucking ginseng.
That sounds like a Pokemon.
Yeah, he's an earth type. You dip him in water, and he makes the water taste like other stuff. It's his most powerful move.
I'm more of a Diva
wait.
fan myself.
Do I have to do jumping jacks?
Yeah, 100.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, hold on. Wait.
Wait, don't start it. Don't start it. I got a pee too. I really got a pee. Can I go pee?
You go pee.
Thank you so much. I'm
You
sorry.
can just start leaking otherwise. So yeah, go pee.
What if I want to?
It's got-
Never mind. I'll go pee.
Quick,
You're
7 seconds.
disgusting.
No. I need a. No. Why'd you start it?
I don't have to. It doesn't. It starts automatically. Ping. You know that.
He's trying to make his Twitch tags look like his fucking bookmark history.
Bro, I legit need to piss so bad, bro.
Damn.
Wow.
Fucking
Wow.
me.
You know what's so sad? K-Bomb came
What?
in here and said, Janelle's a mod here too. Janelle is the original mod here. Jimmy stole him. But it's okay.
I only stole Janella and Jocker. It's okay.
True. I have a water bottle to piss in. That's actually kind of true. And I'm kind of tempted to do that on stream, but also nah, it's okay. If we get 1,000 subs right now, I'll piss in the bottle.
I looked at my bank account, and now that I ordered this burrito, guess how much money I have in it?
$2.
I'm now in the negatives, actually.
Oh, that's
so
not
I'm gonna, yeah.
You're a dummy.
I kind of am.
Why can't I
They're
hear
gonna-
ping? I don't know. You're gonna go pee? Lucky. Go pee. Enjoy. I'm sorry I'm talking to chat out loud. I literally, ow. I'm in 12th. I can't play it, bro.
Okay, you're so full of piss. It's getting
honestly.
into your brain. You can't think straight.
I honestly, like, I'm so full of piss that I want to press the button to deafen to talk to chat, but I'm scared if I try to do any other action.
To auto steer and auto accelerate and go fucking pee already.
You can
Yeah,
auto steer?
Yeah, are you? You're.
Yeah.
I
Wait.
just.
How?
Holy shit.
Wait, how?
Smart LB, you're welcome.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
Smart steering, yes.
I pressed LB, nothing happened.
Okay, no, you gotta like press like the plus that like and then you gotta press auto accelerate and
Pause,
smart
and
steer.
then, fucking LB. It's one of the 3 little optional marker thingies up in the
Oh,
top.
wait, that makes you like auto go?
Auto
Yeah.
steering, so you will not go off the map.
Well,
and
you
then there's
need-
another one that makes you auto go. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's one that makes you auto go. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, do
Uh-huh.
auto accelerate and smart steering.
Auto accelerate's great for streamers, but it also sucks if you want to actually do well in the game.
Uh-huh.
True.
Wait, do you guys actually not hear me? Okay.
Of auto.
I hear
go.
you.
Aw, that's all that
Who the
matters,
fuck did
really.
that? Aw.
Yo, Jimmy, I'm ahead of you. L plus ratio.
Actually get fucked, kid.
What's your white?
No!
No!
Yeah, you suck! I passed you. I almost hit you. If I hit you with the star and like 10 people passed you, that would have been the best clip ever.
I know. Oh my god.
I'm not muted. Huh?
Huh?
Who's saying you're muted?
I think I'm getting trolled.
Is it in your chat or what?
You might be getting trolled.
I think I'm getting trolled. Look at this. I'm getting trolled.
Oh, I should be like actually like in your chat, like lurking, so I get points.
I have multi-twitch on, so I could see both.
No lie, I always feel like your audio is just low for me, but no one else has the issue. But I don't fucking know.
Oh, how?
Wait, no. Now they're saying it's fine, but I don't fucking know.
Oh my god, Pig has 666 followers. Jesus
I know.
Christ.
I made an announcement.
667.
Oh my god.
And the last person that followed was after I raided into someone else. So I don't even know, like if they talk in chat, like I want to thank them. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go cry. Dinel's gonna cry.
Cry, Dino.
Go ahead,
Cry.
Dentel.
Yo, thanks for the bit, bro. Don't help it. Make you DC because you're not going at the average speed. Really? Oh, okay. If you go to, that makes sense.
Are you watching Ping's stream?
Say what? Oh yeah, I bumped him up so I could fucking test the audio.
The audio's
Yeah,
fine,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, but I'm gonna have to turn the volume up.
It's my mic being super sensitive, but also, yeah, your shit always just seems kind of low for me.
Oh.
But that's a bunch of people's streams.
I let you pass me when you were in last. Thank you.
I'm in 12. All right, well, I'm putting on auto go and auto steer and have fun with my basically bot.
Bro, honestly, it makes it play worse, I feel like. But Gamer was saying that auto accelerate and smart steering don't help you go faster. Or don't help you not DC because you're not going the average speed or something.
Oh no, they still wear out after long enough, but they give you an extra, like, you won't be sitting at the starting line for the first fucking 3 seconds and it DCs you.
Ah, okay.
You get a
It
little
gives you
bit.
a little bit longer. Yeah.
Ow. It takes me a minute and a half. Sky waited to hit someone with that. It takes me a
what
minute
the
and a
fuck?
half to pee.
Really? That's
Yeah.
like, that's fucking long, dude.
No. Listen why. I'm such a good streamer. I turn on ads when I go pee, so pre-roll ads go off, and so I can make all those
Oh.
pennies because I'm Jewish. And when I go,
Jesus Christ.
no, well, yeah, he was Jewish too, actually. But I'm sorry. If it's ever too much, just let me know. I can stop.
It's hilarious. It's pretty hilarious.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, so I've learned to go for a minute and a half, so I come back right when the ad finishes.
Love that.
Bro, why does the last lap make the shortcut go away? I literally went through it. Like, never mind.
There's a shortcut on this. Oh my god, who just bulleted past me?
I don't know, bro. I'm playing so bad. And I have to do 100 push-ups. I hate this game.
No, 100 jumping jacks, remember?
Oh, yeah, thank God. I don't know how to do 100 push-ups.
Yeah. I want to end the stream by watching you do 100 jumping jacks, if that's okay.
Sure. After this tournament. Oh, Nathan. What's up? After this, not tournament. After this tournament, can you not start a new one so I could go pee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is tournament already? Or is it just waiting for everyone to come in? Okay.
Butter. Woo! Hell yeah. You didn't get last. You see, you're getting better already. And you're not DCing, so that probably helps. Yo, good music, guys.
Be like tournament, I hear.
Hmm?
Hold on, let me just change my stream info.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should change mine. The tournament finished. Oh, I lost a follower. I had 667.
Damn.
They saw me screaming in Mario Kart and they left. Bless you.
Oh, I thank you.
You're welcome.
There we go.
Okay. Oh shit, guys, is the weather bad by y'all?
It's fucking disgusting. I want to die in a
awful.
video
Wait, is it
game.
actually?
Yeah, it's like 94, 95 degrees where I am.
Fucking
awful.
80 and 70% humidity. Put a bullet in my Minecraft skin.
I was a little worried there, but you saved that one.
Cosmetically, it's a cosmetic bullet.
Cosmetic. Put a pickaxe.
Thank you for the extreme stretch.
What the
Fucking
hell?
skull in Minecraft.
Jesus Christ.
In Castle Miner Z.
Jesus
I feel like every time DNL hits me, it's personal, because it probably is.
It's
Bro.
65 here? Damn.
65? That's not bad.
I
That's
was just
pretty
kidding.
good.
It's 70 and like 0% humidity. It's fucking great up here. I love New York.
I
Huh?
don't know how it is right now. It was just earlier today. It was like 94.
Bro, it's hot and humid here. I don't know how
Who
it
the
is now
fuck is
either.
Jimmy? Who the fuck?
I think that's probably Nathan.
Is that trying to impersonate me? I don't get it.
Yeah, and he's
The
ahead
hair
of
is
you,
a little off.
so you should thank him. Oh, I was
It's
about to
supposed
hit
to be
you.
black hair, not brown.
Oh, you want me to ban him in my chat?
Yes.
No.
Oh, sorry, Nathan, you're not getting banned.
Damn it.
Nathan loves when Jared gets angry. Like he loves it with a passion.
Hey, what's up?
Who doesn't?
One of my viewers loves when you get angry.
I know, and it's really bad for my health.
It is.
I'm gonna start just banning people who annoy me. I'm not gonna say anything. It's gonna be like secret police style. You're fucking gone, and no one will do it. If they mention you, if they say, "Yo, what happened to so and so?" You're gone too. Fucking unmarked ban. You're out.
And then you could
Oh
come
my
to
God.
my stream, twitch.tv/yourboyjimmy.
The refuge.
No, let's be honest. Pig's the refuge.
For Jimmy viewers, or for Jared viewers.
Just Pong taking his role as the fucking like sewage dude, just fucking taking all that shit,
Bro, I'm
taking
gonna
all the dump. Wait,
I'm
not
gonna
even
change them, bro.
Do you guys know it's Dave Matthews Band Day?
Oh, wait. Before you say that, because I saw your I want to say real quickly, Coca Butt, welcome on in. How you doing? I missed you.
Hey, BK. It's raining
Anyway,
today.
Yeah, I heard.
Since I moved to Nevada, I noticed that the rainer months are July and August. Oh, damn. Wait, where were you originally? I only played to win, Dino. Oh, Butter was last there. I really need to pee.
800 pounds of fucking human waste on that little fan encampment. And it became a whole thing with like the state or the town or whatever. And the mayor was like, "This is unacceptable, but they do make good music."
That's kind of hilarious. I don't know why the mayor's fucking.
The Dave Matthews Band unleashed a torrent of shit on their fans, and they still.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complaining about California. Even like liberal, like left-leaning people complaining about California. See, California sucks, Nathan. And Dino, we have so many California viewers though. I mean, if you really think about it, what's the worst state in the union to live in? Probably Alaska, because there's nothing there. You can make a lot of money fishing, though, I think. Doesn't look like it, Moof. Sadly, true, Moof. We picked each other's maps? Nice. Ohio. You think Ohio's the worst? Because BK is there, yeah? Because you have to be near I'm just joking. BK is there, right?
Like in a different room, like a Mac. This is a PC I'm using.
I know, but still, you could have two monitor. Wait, you don't hook up your second monitor to your Mac when you edit.
No.
Bro, honestly,
What type of
yeah.
fucking
I used to edit with
what
one
hell
monitor.
do you want to put yourself through?
I used to
I'm
edit
just
with
so
one
used to
monitor.
it.
It's two monitors changes up the game, bro. You can watch
really
porn
does.
and edit at the same time. It's crazy.
No, I just don't like to be distracted, and I'm so used to the whole one monitor. Like I've been.
I just
Guess
put
how
my
long-
resources and my settings over there, and then I have my timeline on the main.
Guess how long I've been doing video editing for?
Less than I have.
10 years.
I don't know. 15 years.
I actually don't know how many years I have to count in my head.
Oh, what a shitty trivia game.
We should do a trivia game.
Fucking Alex Trebek. Oh, what's the question or what's the answer? Gee, I don't know either.
No. What if we get all our viewers together and make them
Ooh.
do something? I don't know.
I've been okay. No,
Oh,
I got the
geez.
year now. I've been doing it since 3rd grade, so I guess that's been like 12 years now.
Oh shit.
Because I went to like a camp and they were like taught us iMovie and shit back in the day. They're like, this is how you do this and that.
Yes, I
And
used to
then-
use iMovie too. Hell
And then
yeah.
now I use Final Cut now though. I think it's a good transition.
You should use Premiere if you want.
No, I like Premiere and I know how to use it, but like I'm just so used to Apple's format, and I really don't think it makes too much of a difference if you're just cutting footage together, in my opinion. Like I know a lot of people in the industry use Premiere, but there are a lot of movies that are also edited on Final Cut. Like it is
Gotcha.
also a very acceptable, like, one. And I just like figure, if it like you can't really tell the difference and it's easier to use and it can be quicker, like I might as well use Final Cut.
We just fell off. I'm not gonna
Oh my
lie.
god.
I just passed you. I'm not gonna lie. I use I almost hit move. I use Premiere, and I just said you should use Premiere because I use it. I have no real reason to say that. I've heard Final Cut is
Okay,
good.
I have DaVinci Resolve, and you shouldn't use that because it just crashes. But it's free, so if you
It is
I-
free.
yeah,
It is
then you
free.
should
actually-
use it. Otherwise, see,
My dog just ripped the screen in my window. Sheesh! That's not good. Hey, what about Scooter? You could keep him in the house? Keep her in the house. Yeah, Mook. You fell off 16 times? Hey, you didn't fall off 17 times, so that's, it could have been worse.
footage, and that makes it lock up on my fucking RTX 2070 Plus. I could.
Let's go! Hell yeah, Asta. How'd you convince your fam? Blame K-Bob. Oh, I forgot to let you guys pick the stage, my bad.
Oh my god, what you like? What? How does that work in the update, Jared?
Well, there's a new meter on your character thing. I don't know how you
Oh.
do it on on PC, but on Xbox you press Y and it shows your inventory. Now it also shows your nut meter, and you need to
Oh.
get that filled up. But also there's the flavour meter, and you need to find pineapples and eat a bunch of those. Mangoes
nut
also
meter.
help, but not as much.
What do we all think of this new Minecraft update? Anyone been using it?
Yeah,
Good
who played the
idea.
new nut date? I hated that. I want to fucking.
Update? What the fuck?
I want fucking Jimmy.
Yeah, Jared,
I'm just eating buffalo chicken at this point. That's what this is.
as you should.
As I should.
Literally as you should.
Gamer says you got good. Now get better. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Jimmy. I shouldn't have read it.
No, I don't expect anything less. from
I
him.
thought he was saying you got better, like congrats. And I was like, oh, he's trying to, make up for his past wrongdoings against you.
He's trying to stay banned. It's cool.
But, I guess not. Oh, sorry,
Oh, shit,
whoever was
someone's
waiting for
literally
that.
Fucking knocking at my door. Like I'm literally streaming. Like, dude,
Sorry, now. Uh-oh. Go get the door, bro. Go get the door. So it kicks us all out so I could go pee, bro.
I'm back. I just can't see chat if anyone's typing for a second. Just
Okay.
don't no one say anything. Don't leave me with anything. Hold on.
He's streaming from his iMac right now, or his MacBook.
Everyone's
No, it's
spam
just
his
like
chat.
it's just the way that don't spam. It's just the way that like the pop-up isn't visible for me right now. So if you see something, I will miss it. I'm not ignoring you. I promise.
Once told me the world is gonna
Fuck.
roll me.
I ate the sharpest
stick
tool in the
there.
shed.
True. You're
She was
not?
looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb.
Bro, wait. You're delayed. You're ruining it. Well.
In the shape. Oh, sorry.
In the depths of her bum, giving me head. There you go.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
fucking bars, dude. Oh my god. That's beautiful, Jared.
Good try.
Oh, fake Jared is in front. Damn, Nathan, you got good. If that is you. Oh, you
Oh,
fell,
good
gamer.
burger.
How'd you fall? What? Did that lag? I could have sworn I just saw you fall. This game is mad weird. Wait, oh, that's
Janelle, what the fuck was that?
Bro,
Get outta
I'm
here.
second first the whole game. That's kind of a lie, but most of the game. And now in the last second, I'm fifth, bro. This game is actually like just Oh my god, whatever. I don't care. It's not a tournament.
GG's.
Bro, it's not even a fucking good game.
Oh, there's a
Literally
fake
dog
Jared.
shit.
Let me in, Jimmy. Phoenix is at your door.
Let me. Oh, sorry, Phoenix. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I saw SpongeBob DLC for Minecraft. Ooh, off I ass off GG's. Kokobot left me with a message. Thank you, Kokobot.
All right. See you, Dinell. Thanks for popping in. I hope you enjoyed. You could thank Jimmy for the Mario Kart tournament. It was his idea.
All right, no one voted Coconut Mall. Beautiful.
Wait, Coconut Mall? I could vote it.
Kokobot Mall. Come on.
Oh, there is no map like that. Sorry. I can't vote that. Oh, I actually wanted to vote it and I misclicked.
Fucking Choco Mountain.
My bad.
Wow. Literally, now my light's about to fall. I'm so sorry, guys. Scuff streamer alert here. Fuck.
Have a great night. That's gonna sense of transformation. You are fourth? Let's go, Butter. You gotta be first. You red shell me, Nathan? Nice. You screwed up that round for me. My god, I really gotta piss. Oh. Just be back in 30. Taking a nap, power nap.
All right, is Acer working now? Literally, okay. I guess my monitor is just fucking broken, so I won't be able to read chat.
I could read it for you if you want. I have multi-Twitch on.
That would be amazing. Ping if anyone says anything.
Okay, Eddie says, stream delay. Don't blame me.
Thanks for reading in that beautiful voice.
Jared said, no, I was just joking. Beta. I feel like we're getting the same track over and over. Does it not feel like we're getting the same track over and over?
It kind of does. Oh shit, we're gonna DC if I don't go.
I know, and I could go pee. I'm kind of banking
OBS
on
is
it.
currently acting. Do you want to shut down? No, I don't. Fuck.
Oh god.
What are you doing?
What the
Okay,
heck?
okay, we're back.
Jimmy, are you there?
Yeah, Coca
Jimmy, I
said,
can't hear
ping
you.
your weenie. Fuck off. Oh my god.
I'm just joking.
Alright, we're good now. Sorry, guys.
Oh, I finally see Eddie. Freaking first place. Coco said, ping you Winnie. You Winnie.
You weenie.
You Winnie the Pooh?
Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, there we go. Eddie, use that red shell. Use it. Use it. Use it. Please use it. Use it. You should use it. I don't know if you use it. Ow! Bro, like,
What the fuck?
how are there 2 rockets passing me, bro? Oh, only one. Okay, here. Sorry, Kellen. That was dumb.
That was fun.
The only person that I enjoy passing me is Butter. Everyone else.
Butter. Shout out Butter.
Shout out Butter.
Butter is an S tier chatter.
I don't know. I would say A- maybe. But...
Wow. I appreciate Butter's presence at least. Oh my god. Wow.
Ha! You got hit, Nathan. Wait, who got hit by the blue shell? Well, the first place person, maybe, but yes.
Well, I mean,
no.
depends,
If a
so
rocket
okay.
passes me right now, oh my! Who's blue? Who's blue? Shy guy. 2EG. Oh, you didn't pass me. Okay. Butter passed me last second. Are you serious? Oh my god.
Guys, everyone. Coconut Mall. Coconut Mall. Coconut Mall.
You were eating mosquito. I was eaten alive from mosquitoes. Oh damn, that sucks. That food made me sleepy. That racetrack is so much fun. It unironically is. It just looks so bare. Oh, you wanted Coconut Mall, right? I went Tokyo for you.
Evil. Who listened? Let's see who listened to me. Okay, we got 2 amazing people here. I think that's Eddie. 2EG.
Honestly, I just did it out of instinct. I was like, Japan, so I pressed it.
Wow.
Butter got 5th. Is that the biggest you got, Butter? Let's go. Hell yeah, biggest for the... Were you just wanting me to press aw? I'm glad you're enjoying.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna splatter all over my desktop, bro. I can't hold it in anymore. How many maps are left?
Oh, I thought you meant you were gonna like come because you're so attracted to my singing, but you meant pee, right?
Both at the same time.
How many maps are left?
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about this map? Just DC and like go to the bathroom.
No. Wait. I have 1 point less than you. I have to beat you. Oh, there's 2 maps left. Okay. Unless you put like a 24 race.
I don't know if I put 8 or not. We'll find out in one more map. Thank you, BK. Of course, Butter. You are
This song sounds so good.
gone, as we know.
What is it? Can someone DM it to me? It honestly sounds so good. Yo, Jimmy.
My dog is literally barking up a storm right now. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We don't
You
hear
can probably
it.
hear it.
No, we
Well,
can't. I don't
stream
hear
can
it.
definitely hear it. Stream can definitely hear it.
Jimmy.
Let me just mute myself real quick. You keep it trying to entertain, Peng. Keep in mind I can't respond to you, so don't say anything too bad.
All right. Not gonna say anything too bad. Was that funny? Yo, Jimmy's chat, say something, and I'll rap whatever you say. I'm a rapper. I'm a full-time rapper. I stream on the side. That was definitely not a lie. It's okay, Asta. One day. I'm happy you're enjoying Moog. I am gonna start streaming earlier and earlier though, but I will have time to talk to you guys on Discord more, I think. So that you know, it's not all bad. Alright, I'm back.
Jared?
What'd you say, Jared? Oh, I have to
Can
rhyme.
you hear Jimmy?
Huh?
Can you hear Jimmy? He's saying, "Can you hear me?" right now.
No, I don't hear him.
Oh, rip.
Bro, his on his stream, his face cam is. Oh no, never mind. He's just very calm. Why can't I hear? Did he mute me? Wait, should I stop talking? Am I Mooka? Am I annoying him?
I don't know what's happening.
Aw, gamer DC'd. Coom Rancher. Slime Rancher is mad cool, bro. Yo, you ever played Slime Rancher? Oh, wait. I shouldn't say anything because I'm probably talking over Jimmy right now.
I know.
Oh, do you not hear him?
I don't hear shit.
All right.
No, he left.
The noise has stopped. The noise
There he
has stopped.
is.
Bro, he literally. Why'd you troll me, bro? He left. He said keep chat entertained.
No, I was here. I
you
said I
were here.
muted because I.
Oh, he muted. Bro, I was so confused. I'm sorry. I left for like 2 seconds to talk to chat.
You said all of this.
Bye, do you know? All right, whatever. I'm just gonna stop.
Wow. All right, guys. Coconut Mall last race. Pretty please.
I'm beating you, Jimmy. All right, Coconut Mall. Let's do it. Gamer said if you do 200cc, he'll do it. Oh wait, he DC'd. I don't know if he'll make it.
Well, I wasn't doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy, why would you pass me? I was actually considering braking to let you pass. I'm not gonna lie, and then I'm like, too late. Whereas I can't find the map. Press the bumper to get the DLC maps. It's like it's someone in the DLC. I think it's like the first or second cup.
I got a pee-pee. It's the first cup, yeah.
What do you think of my singing, Peng? Beautiful?
It's beautiful.
Almost as beautiful as my YouTube videos, which, oh wait, never mind. I won't self-promo right now. Someone just followed me.
No! What are you talking about? Spider-Man's 9. Wait, I think he muted. I'm gonna stop.
Are you a Mario Kart fan? Welcome on in. I was gonna say, as beautiful as my YouTube videos, you should also have my YouTube channel, make Mario Kart videos like this. Here you go. Anyway.
Spider-Man, check out Jimmy's YouTube, bro.
No, don't.
He
don't,
puts
don't.
good Mario Kart content. You like Mario Kart? You're gonna like Jimmy's YouTube. You want to see reactions? You want to see gameplay? You want to see the sexiest man alive? Go subscribe. I hope he didn't leave. I'm sorry.
He definitely left. He definitely just said, "Oh god." Well, Spider-Man, if you're here, thanks for the follow. Sorry for giving you that treatment when you followed. I appreciate you. I hope your day is going well, and
I'm
I hope
sorry.
if you're a Mario Kart fan, let me know. We play Mario Kart with Chet a lot. That's okay. Don't get disappointed if we don't see Spinning Shy Guys. Also, I think I did this for 12 races pick. It did not say final race.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll get Coconut Mall eventually.
It's true.
Oh. Okay, so I do call this a community game, but at the same time, it's like not really. Like it's a community game in the sense that I could play with chat, but it's not in the sense that it's not like, you know, words on. I don't know. It just feels like words on stream and stuff like that is more accessible to people. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Fuck.
All right, I'm back.
You okay there, Pink?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I feel bad if Spider-Man left.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But I feel like Jared would say what I said, so I don't feel too bad.
All right, you're good.
Plus, if they don't like those vibes, then, you know, like, maybe it's not the right spot.
Wait, what?
You're okay, Pink. Don't worry.
What'd I miss?
Nothing. You're all good, Jared. You're all good.
This dick in your mom's
Oh.
mouth. That's what he missed.
No, but that wasn't even like funny. That was just like that was just
True.
mean.
Yeah, that was
That
that was too far, Pink. I think.
Like I don't get like what did my mom do to you?
She's a hardworking woman. Why would you say that about Jared's mom?
I'm
Really,
sorry.
she's put in
Apology?
her time. She's trying to exist. She's trying to make
Yeah.
it work. You know, like anybody else, and you're just picking on her.
But she's not Jewish.
Would that mean that she
I just
did
lost.
or didn't deserve it? Is that what?
Yes.
All right, shipped and clipped.
No, it's a joke. It's just a prank, bro. I was joking. Wait, if you actually put 24 races, I'm gonna
I think I
be
did
sad.
12. Dude, just DC, go to the bathroom. I think I did 12. There's
But-
4 more.
I want to beat you though.
Fucking psychopath.
Probably not happening.
Hell yeah, Butter, you're getting better. All right.
Butter is getting better.
Right? I want to. All right, let's get Coconut. Let me play one Coconut Mall. I just want to beat Jimmy in Coconut Mall, and then I'll go pee in DC.
All right, well, I want to beat you in Coconut Mall, so let's do it. Coconut Mall.
Coco BK butt.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Bro.
Oh no. Oh yes.
Oh no. Oh yes.
Oh no. Oh
Hell yeah, Phoenix. Your Lie in April is so beautiful, bro. I cried. That's fucking such a good anime. I love music too, so I need to watch another music anime that's like that. Is there anyone that's like, I saw it on a list that's like #1. That's why I watched it. It was so good.
your message in a second.
Sorry, I'm back.
Literally, dude,
Has anyone here watched Your Lie in April before?
my one chance shot.
Oh, I don't know if Jimmy's talking.
Sorry, yeah, I do not watch it, Peng.
Oh, it is a god tier anime, and I use that term lightly. So yeah.
So I should watch it. You're saying?
Yes. Anyone in chat who hasn't watched it should watch it. Jimmy. Bye. Wait, this is not Coconut Mall.
Yeah, this is very much not Coconut Mall. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Here, hit the
It's
banana.
actually Toad Circuit.
Yo, I just made a red shell hit a banana. Oh my god. Oh, Moog got hit. No, don't hit me, Moog. Moog. Thank you. No, you hit me. You're getting banned. I don't know. I play Mario Kart on the Wii and I'm really good at it. Yo, I used to play Mario Kart on Wii a lot too.
Goodbye, Ping.
Oh, did you hit me?
I'm about to pass you.
What, with the rocket?
Yeah.
Well, he still didn't pass me, so I don't know what you're talking about. No, why do you have a ritual? How are you getting all this stuff, bro? Oh my god. You have frantic items on, right? Oh my.
No.
Bro, I got hit by a Canadian. Kind of cringe. I was just joking.
Cringe.
Maybe too much Canadian hate. It's all jokes.
Yeah.
I say a lot of bullshit jokes, okay, guys? Don't take it to heart. Or if you do, I apologize. I'll stop, but it's all jokes.
Oh, not one green shell hit Henny. That's great. And now it's about to hit me. Oh,
No,
fantastic.
no!
Be Ping, be Ping, be
No!
Ping. Be Ping, let's go.
Oh, fuck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck.
Ha
Oh, you're actually killing me. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You won.
Yeah, let's go to the fucking bathroom.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Bathroom time. Pee-pee time. Of course I'm muted. Now I feel like a dumb.
Is Doctor or Janelle in my chat? Would they be down for a coin flip? I guess Kokobet says that lightly.
All right, boys. I think it's about time I call it a night. I need to be up in like 6 hours.
Well, Jared, I forgot you were still in the call. I'm sorry I muted.
That's how much you
I
missed me.
no, I
No,
missed
it's
you a
okay. I
lot,
know.
so I'm glad you're back.
No, it's okay. Don't lie to me. Just tell me the accurate, true amount, and we'll sit. He's streaming your fucking thing, and it's doing streamception because it's just.
Wait, really?
It's.
Actually, is that what he's doing right now?
It's got him over your stream, but for some reason it shows you, I guess, also show. Or no, not it. What? Why is it showing this repeated?
Yo, Ping's chat. You should all follow your boy Jimmy for some quality content, especially if you like Mario Kart.
He's capping.
You said I'm capping? I don't make quality content.
He is
Wow.
Captain Cap'n. Captain.
Oh my god.
I'm imagining Captain Crunch decked out in Gucci and like fucking Fendi shit. Just a big old supreme captain hat. I want that.
Imagine Captain Crunch but with the Kappa face on it.
Only if the Kappa face also has a grill.
Oh, I just realized I had you on Inception. Oops.
We were talking about that.
Yeah, we were just mentioning you're giving me fucking brain damage right there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And Jared, miss you too, dumb. I wish you could have seen the bacon stream, but the VOD is there for whoever wants to watch.
Hell yeah.
It was a good stream. It made me very hungry.
It
Bro.
was fun. I didn't burn myself, so I'm glad about that.
If you want a reason to wife up Jared, watch the VOD.
Dude, I am such a fucking good. That's what you wake up to.
Thanks for the hydrate, K-Bomb. I feel bad for deafening there. Sorry if anyone got timed out. My cat was here. I think you're okay. You got 9th? Okay. Bro, there was so much pee, guys. Oh, I feel so much better. No. Jimmy tried to self promo. Of course.
So
Wait.
As we know, and I know you have. I know you need your Wi-Fi, and I know you need your Nookie.
wow.
Ahem.
So take care of me.
Ahem.
It's great.
Yo, Nookie
yeah, what's
like
up,
a
Pig?
cookie, so it's so damn sweet.
I just read chat and I'm being told that you're trying to self promo, Jimmy.
Never, no. Me self-promoing never happens. What are you talking
Talking
about?
about Jimmy's sweet Nookie.
Bro, I lost 40,000 viewers when I went to the bathroom. What did you do?
Nothing. I definitely did not send them over here. I
Did you
promise
tell them about all the slurs I say off stream?
We didn't need to. It was pretty apparent.
Yeah, that's true.
Bro, I feel like if anyone would cancel me, it would be myself.
Yeah, actually.
I say such dumb things. Hey, doctor. Oh, shit. During the subathon. Nathan just shouted you out, and there's a clip from the subathon.
Oh, me?
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, check
What
out
clip
Jimmy.
is
That's what
it?
I'm playing with right now. It's the one from the modcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dinell and Doctor and maybe Amanda are talking. I can't hear it that well.
Yo, Ping, do you want to take part in the coin flip I'm gonna do after this? By the way.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hello- Yeah, I want to do a big old coin flip. Oh, did Jared go already? I don't know if I said
Right
bye.
here.
Oh,
I was
Okay,
about to
sorry.
say-
Where are you
I was
going?
about to say mommy Coco, and then conflict arose.
Sorry.
So I was like, oh, she's talking about kissing boo-boos, but she's also talked about her fat cock. So
Yeah.
Is that more like Daddy Coco?
exactly, I'm torn. I mean, I was more torn between the underlying subtext of mommy, but also yes, mommy can have a dick. Why not?
It's just a
got
little
stuck.
intimidating because Coco's dick is obviously bigger than all of ours combined.
Exactly. That's
True.
breaking the glass ceiling right there.
And she
Yeah,
is
no.
very
With her
special
fat fucking
too.
schlong,
God.
just busting up like Jack and the Beanstalk over here.
Oh.
There's the cars. They're bouncing.
I almost
I
got hit
miss
by one.
being irreverent. I'm definitely doing a fucking cracker.
Hey,
fucking
I'm gonna
stream.
get banned, bro. Chill.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck a Triscuit. I'm gonna fuck a cracker. I'm gonna put my dick through the teeny holes of a saltine.
That's kind of hot.
Oh.
Get one of the grain of the salts right in my urethra. It's gonna be hot and salty and acidic and painful.
Jared, are you doing the
Nice.
Cracker Boy stream right now?
Don't
Oh, you're
try
going
and
to
make
bed.
me, because I will impulsively, and it will only make my day worse tomorrow.
But like, it's all about living today, you know?
Guys,
Jimmy, I need to be living in 5 hours to be able to fucking make it to.
Oh, that's
Fair.
true. Yeah, I did. Don't listen to me.
bro, I'm not gonna lie. After I peed,
Oh,
I feel
I mean, yeah,
so
don't do it,
good.
Jared. It's a bad idea. It's terrible. Don't do it.
It's such a bad idea. It would be so irresponsible of me to do that.
Yeah,
That'd be such a
would be-
fucking stupid,
It'd be
terrible,
so
dumb idea.
irresponsible. You should not do it at
It would
all.
be
in the slightest.
so irresponsible.
Don't get hit
of
by
me-
that. I got hit by
to-
it too.
It'd be so irresponsible to switch over to Discord so that the pre-stream wouldn't, show you guys talking over it. That'd be so irresponsible and
That'd be incredibly irresponsible.
not recommended. God,
Bye, Jimmy. I hit myself. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd only have myself to blame.
Yeah.
You should do it.
Yeah, Chad. Jared shouldn't stream, right? Obviously not.
Obviously.
be streaming right now. This is fucking weird.
I thought you were actually doing it, and I was using. Oh my god. This is so
Do it.
sad.
Do
What,
it.
me?
Yeah.
Don't do it. Actually,
I'm
don't do
literally
it.
opening OBS. Shut your fucking mouth.
Let's go. I mean, no. Well, bad idea, Jared. What are you talking about?
Yeah, such a horrible God, tell me what a is, baby. Jesus fucking Christ, tell me how naughty it is.
You're a naughty boy. Jared.
Naughty, naughty.
God, don't talk.
Got 7th. Nice. You gotta get 3rd or above, and then I'll be like, hell yeah. I think I drank for the first time in probably months. Like the amount of water I'm supposed to be drinking. I'm trying to see how much water I'm supposed to be drinking. Because I have a lot of, like, not a lot, but some medical stuff related to not drinking enough water. It's nothing serious, but like I don't have enough, like, whatever. So So I'm drinking more water, and honestly, I feel so good today. Like, this is the first day I drank like all the water. Third, yeah, you could do it. I believe in you. Good job, yeah. I'm so proud of myself. Hell yeah, you are getting better. Moog became a beast also, so you definitely could as well. If Moog can do it, anyone can.
Okay, never mind. Unbanned. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Wow. Talk
I spilled water.
for unmodding.
Okay, thank God. Oogie Cookie, apparently, do you still have all your points? You're the richest one in the channel.
Really?
They do. Okay, that's good.
Bro, I
You
want
must
to.
do a lot of lurking, Oogie Cookie. Wow. You have 225k channel points, I've been told.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
I still can't drift though. Oh, okay. Butter. I'm gonna teach you now. I'm gonna ignore them. I'm gonna deafen them. There's no tournament. They're busy talking to chat. I'm gonna teach you, okay? So, when the way that you drift is you press the right trigger, like the pew pew, the shooting trigger in video games, as you go sideways. I'm gonna get hit now, and I fell. And that's it. That's the whole way. So you want to do it towards the direction you drift. Now, there's a bit of a thing. You don't want to do it only in that direction, because then you're going to drift too much. So you have to, it's going to take a while to get used to. You're basically going to have to go back and forth a little bit with that. I will say, though, that, like, once you get drifting down, you're 100% going to be, like, mad good. Because you're getting, like, 7th without drifting. Like, drifting is so much of the game. Okay, I'm going to unmute them now. My cats are off my stomach. Nice. My cats are playing and so cute. Haha, nice. I love how those are like very different statements. Mook is a beast. I'm proud of her too. Why do I feel like stream finna end? I don't think it's gonna end, but
Yeah, now we're aces.
You're
Nice
aces.
and comfy with my little blank boy right in front of me.
nice.
Where the fuck is Pong? That is my
I'm
real
here.
question.
Hello.
Not even. Oh, there you
Oh,
is.
Jimmy's in first place. Fucking
So it's
Poggy
like,
Woggies.
My
is he just
stepmom
gone?
came in the room. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why
I
He
got
is
just
somebody
came
like-
in, no fucking announcement or anything, just kind of
Yeah.
burst on in.
Yo,
Kind of messed up, right? I got excited and I was just staring at her while well, I wasn't staring at her. I don't see my stepmom like that, but like I don't know, man. She was distracting, let's just say that. Oh my god, wait, bombs work like that? Bye, Eddie. No! I got into it too! No, Eddie! No, Eddie. No! Ah,
Matt,
you
hope you're
go
well.
2 people
Oh, Matt,
past
first
us!
place! First
That's
place!
bullshit, bro! Well, I just played bad.
Let me just copy paste this. I don't know why my commands aren't working right now. They should be.
Do you use Streamlabs?
Yeah.
Sometimes it turns off CloudBot for some reason, so you have to like turn it back on.
Damn.
Yeah.
350.
Welcome. Haru is a Japanese name. Are you Japanese? If you don't mind me asking, I'm just curious. Do you know you were supposed to know? Just call hacks? Nah, I don't think he's hacking. He's playing well, bro. It hasn't been 30 minutes, or has it? I don't think so. You took a shower? Nice. I get it now? Hell yeah, Butter. Let's go. You're going to be even better now. Wait, you still can't move? Sorry, I forgot to address that earlier. Oh, yeah, this is friend code if you want to join Haru. Oh, you are Japanese? Konnichiwa. 僕は2年ぐらい日本で住んでいました。面白い。Wow, cool.
Hello there.
But Matt,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Gamers
sorry.
Hey, can you give us 100 jumping jacks like you promised?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Hold on 1 second, 1 second. A stream needs to see this 1 second.
I'll do it.
All right, do it.
Okay.
Who's ready, chat? Let's come on. Ping. Everyone hype up ping in chat right now. 100 jumping jacks.
Thanks for the follow.
Hello there.
Matt,
You got this, ping.
thanks,
Let's
bro.
go.
I don't think I got this.
No, you got this.
You can do it.
Come on. This is because he lost to me, chat. Can you believe that? Losing to me? This is nuts.
Okay, I'm just decrepit. It's okay. We knew. You're fine, Bean. Don't even worry about it. Oh, look at him moving his little guitar so he can have better-ish form, I guess. You better hurry before this race starts.
I know. I mean, should I just start it on him now? Wouldn't that be kind of funny?
That would be fucking hilarious to see him scramble for it.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Get
5,
to like 30
6,
and then we
7,
start.
8, yeah, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, yep, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, I'm starting, 31,
I'm checking his
32,
form. Does he
33,
do legs out, arms up, or does he do
36,
full spread?
37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
He does it like a
45,
pyramid. I do full X out everything and then tighten up like a
51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83.
Is that 90 or 100?
89, 90. You did 90. 10 more ping. 10 more.
I think you're lying.
No, it was 90. I literally counted the entire time. You owe us 10 more. It was literally 90. That's my dog. Three, 4, 6. There we go. All right, beautiful ping. You did great. You did great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Got a workout in.
I hated that. My feet hurt.
Didn't he do great, chat? Didn't he do great?
That wasn't 99, bro. Stop lying.
That's-
Thanks for the bit. Do 10 per race? I should. Look at his legs. I have good legs, right?
You have amazing legs, Ping.
I do. It's in my jeans. Well, I'm not wearing jeans, but
Whoa!
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Fucking
Loud house.
boo!
I'm actually
Terrible.
I'm sorry. I'm not as tired as I thought I would be, but my legs hurt. I need to exercise.
I don't
100,
know why
you
there's
dead?
no sound going through.
I was fine. Oh, this
Ping,
is 200cc?
No, I
Oh.
would never.
Okay.
I was here with OBS. Sorry, I swear I don't suck. Also, welcome back, Eddie.
Oh yeah, thank you for the follow, Matt the Boxing Champion from Wii. That's such
Jesus
a,
fucking Christ.
that's such a funny name. What the hell?
I set Matt over.
Oh, I need to. I'm still kind of.
Genuinely miss
Out
you
of
all
breath?
so dearly. Very sweet.
Yeah. Alright, I'll be back. Mario Kart 持っていない。寂しい。違う。That sucks. How do you say that sucks in Japanese? ごめん、なんか、日本語は今、僕の日本語は、良くない。2年ぐらい日本語使わなかったから。I was just saying my Japanese sucks now because I haven't used it in like 2 years. Okay.
Yo, let's go. I'm in 3rd place.
Trying to work my way up the Hollywood ladder.
How do you?
Hoping I can get Fluffer by this summer. Or this
Nice.
upcoming summer.
Hell yeah.
I had a
Fuck me.
star.
And then fuck me and god
I have my
damn.
star. Bye.
me.
I fell.
As you should. Oh my god, deserved.
Honestly, that was karma. Yeah.
Deserve what? This fucking abuse? I don't think so.
What just happened to Mook? Oh, I love this song. Bye,
So
Jimmy.
sorry, Luigi, but not enough.
What? No, you bitch!
Oh, you itty bitty bitch.
Hey,
Itsy bitsy
BK.
bitch.
Itty
Oh my
bitty
god.
bitty. Oh, goddamn. Love that for me. Missed you more. What the fuck was everybody up to during my time away? Now I'm curious. What were you doing? Fill me in, you little hoes.
I was missing you and nothing more,
Same.
That's it? That's all you were doing? What
basically.
a fucking empty life.
No, literally.
I'm getting deja vu. That's crazy. Oh my god. Excuse me. My arms hurt.
Armis
Everyone should
Panasar.
vote Baby Park just to, to
Oh, I
celebrate
should've.
Jared's return.
My bad. I could be in this video.
Why did I even... I picked it just for the dumb...
I wasn't this bad, bro. I wasn't this bad. Is this true? Okay, if this is true, this is funny, bro. I wasn't this... Was I this bad, guys? There's no way I was this bad. I was not this bad, bro. By the way, if I missed any messages, let me know. Or, like, you could repeat yours. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I missed any messages.
Very much fucking hate that.
Alright, I'm back.
Live? I guess so. What's up, K-Bomb?
What's up, guys? It's K-Bomb.
I accidentally clicked going live again.
Wait. Wait, did you actually? Are you live? Let's go.
No, I've never been live before in my life. YouTube is my safe space.
Okay.
Damn it.
I was good. Okay. Yeah, guys, how did I do jumping jacks? I did them fine, right?
Yeah,
did.
you did great.
You know, you did them, I guess.
Yeah.
You guys are such assholes.
It's okay. That's what my workouts go toward.
That's out
You
of
are
line
live.
for
Let's
assholes.
go, Jared.
Stop lying. This is slander.
Oh, I don't, bro.
Lies and slander.
People troll me too much. I don't know. I would have gotten a notification if you went live, actually.
No, I am live.
So I gotta check my phone. You are live?
I am.
Yeah.
Oh.
He is.
Hey, you just got
It's
shouted
true.
out. You got shouted out by Ahmad.
You're
gonna get billions of viewers
Not
now.
a troll.
Nathan always shouts out people. Oh, Fall Guys. I looked.
Joy Bimmy, get the fuck back here.
Bro,
No,
I was
no,
enjoying.
No, I'm vibing.
You're my joy, Jimbo. Get
Bro.
back here.
I might be your bitch, but just let me, Oh fuck.
I just fucking banana peeled myself. That's
You guys are
pretty
so-
embarrassing.
You're so
It's like I
lucky.
slipped in my own banana.
Oh, it's kind of hot though. You guys are so lucky though, cause Nathan put the clip right as I was looking at the clip and I fell off the mushroom. Never mind. Just
Jared stole the double. No fucking way. Oh my god, dude.
Literally
And he got a
didn't,
bullet
I don't
bill.
think. Wait,
of
did
course,
I?
of course. I'm top
Did I
3
say
all
good?
game. I'm top 3
If
all
I
game.
did, then it was totally professional. If I didn't, then it was completely accidental, and I didn't. Wait, what?
And I missed every item box. I hate this game, dude.
Bro, I was third
Oh
place
my
like
God,
all
dude. I
game.
hate when
Someone's
this happened.
star? Oh, I'm
This
so
game's so
not
racist.
mad
This game's so
about this.
racist. This game's racist.
I'm pretty excited. I won't lie. Pretty fucking happy about that. Please
All
no
right, guys.
Go. She's already dead. Sorry, you didn't get the defibrillator.
1 second, guys. I gotta do something.
Yo! What's up? What's up, Kenworth? Hatham Kenward? Is that his name from Assassin's Creed 4? I forget.
Wait, you put it. I like your face, your webcam, bro.
Oh, the cracker boy? As do
Yeah.
I.
It's so good, actually.
Dude, especially now that I'm in my room and I don't necessarily want to always show my space, this will save me so much. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Seems intelligent. I can fuck, I'm in a pregame lobby. Hang on, let me just look for my phone real quick. Oh, there it is. I got you. You just have to stay lurking and subbed and you're good. And
Bad luck, I guess. Yeah, it was just bad luck. I'm actually getting to the hang of drifting. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, butter.
A chew.
are you gonna
Wait, what'd you place last race?
good? Are you gonna? Oh my god, he can't. It's so much. Oh shit, it's in my eyes. Oh god.
How fucking
Welcome
yes.
in your boy James's channel viewers. Hello. I'm Upset
Hi.
Trisket. I'm a filthy little cracker boy. We're playing Mario Kart. As if you didn't know, you've literally been here before, I guarantee. Uh, why are you not getting your Sydney sprint? Because you didn't wish hard enough. You didn't click your heels together hard enough and say, "Take me, take me, take me to Sydney."
So I was setting it up so I could see his chat.
Gordon, you're new. Fucking, we move quick in these parts.
Wow.
Thanks for the raid, Jimbo.
Oh, no problem.
If somehow you are new, which I actually did see someone follow after however long, like an hour or so ago. Yeah.
Yo, this song's actually godlike. I'm sorry. What is this song called again? I'm gonna go. All right. See you, Asta. I'm glad to hear that you that you were able to get Scooter to stay home. That's freaking awesome. You used the best strategy there is. Thank you, Phoenix. Bro. Chimmy, of course. I don't know where I first heard this. The song's so good.
Oh my god, pull up Bill into first. No fucking way,
I'm
dude.
doing this just for fun.
Oh
Why,
my god.
Oh, thank you
That
for
was
the resub, Ken.
insane.
Wait,
Oh.
That
what'd you
was
do?
insane.
He
Look at
bullet
that
billed to
lead.
first, bro.
No, I pulled up the
You-
first, and then I did a shock dodge, and I had
He's
3
gonna fucking
mushrooms.
cancel out.
Dude,
He's gonna
look
cancel
at
out
that.
right as I get to the. Please don't die. Don't die. Don't
Look
die.
at
Don't
that
die.
lead, dude. Holy
Oh,
shit.
it's like never-ending fairy tale. Don't die. Please don't die.
Bro, bullet bills don't make sense,
You
bro.
can't die. Thank you for the resub, Ken.
The karate kid. Oh. Oh. My strategy was to cry to mom and make her convinced that. Yeah, that's why I said. Good job. This is the best strategy. I was trying to think of puppy face. Like, you probably made a puppy face, right?
My god, I wish I was streaming for that. That was insane.
Sorry,
Oh my
Moog.
god.
Oh, I'm low-key pissed. I could have had second, but third, I guess, is good enough. We'll take that.
I made top 10.
And-
I'll take that.
And for the resub, we're gonna do a little bit of a swiggy. We're gonna do a little itty bitty
Ooh.
swiggy over here. Shout out to Svedka.
Sponsored by.
Oh, well, it was still a good. It was a good strategy. I need to get more water. Oh.
And doing his run tubing. I stopped recording seconds before he went off, and I just felt like such a fool.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
My content brain was very much lacking. All right, I do need to plug this in actually.
Contento
content
brain,
brain.
as they say.
Yo, D now, can you pick something else for the love of fuck? Oh my god.
You know, still playing?
Literally picks this map every time. It's so ass.
You
Such a bad map, dude.
gotta sleep, bro. No? Yo, what's Svetka? Oh. I think I know.
Because vodka, baby.
That's right.
Vodka. Let's go.
Oh, you want the vodka?
Yeah, what Jared said.
Oh.
Honestly, that stream felt longer than it was, but it was fun. I had a good time.
It felt
We did
longer than
both.
it was? Oh, that means you didn't have
Yeah.
a good time.
No, I did. It was weird. I had a good time, but it felt like it was like 3.5 hours, and it was like 2.5.
Oh, it was only 2.5? Yeah, it felt
Yeah.
longer to me as well, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god, I have a charging cable. I'm fucking lit.
Sorry, Moog. I hate you for now. You have a charging cable? Let's go. I'm not gonna lie, I lost all my energy after I took a pee-pee.
Damn. Oh shit, oh shit. Yo, Jared, if you were down for some Fall Guys, by the way, I wouldn't be complaining.
I very well might be, Jimbo. I very well might be.
Or Fortnite.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right.
Oh, sorry. And I hit myself.
Just because I feel like, yeah, charging this bitch and trying to play is going to be really annoying real quick. So, yeah. Fuck off, Jimmy is the best. Dude, it's just so affordable. Like, yeah, Tito's is like, it's the best, but it's also like 15 fucking dollars more for the same amount. And I just, money. Oh, God, money. It's the same. It's still rubbing alcohol. Like, you know, as smooth as Tito's is, it's still fucking isopropyl. So,
I agree.
yeah.
Fair.
I don't like vodka at all.
Okay, well, fix
Well,
that.
But I had a bad experience with it. So.
About what experience did you have?
A bad one.
You threw up?
Yeah. Well, so this is the first time I drank a lot. I was in Dominican Republic when I was 18. And you were able to get free drinks from the bar. And I just got a bunch of
Ooh.
free drinks with my cousin. And yeah. Damn, Mook is killing it. And yeah.
Oh, I passed by Dean at the last second.
Yep.
Deserved.
I'm not.
Damn, Jared, you're killing it.
You good?
Okay.
I'm vibing. I'm chilling.
You drunk, bro?
Dude, I love just like hearing your voice and seeing the cracker with the face on it.
Let's go, butter.
I don't know
Don't
why. It's just
talk
like
about
hilarious.
it. You're embarrassing me.
Kind of hilarious.
Stop talking about my cracker.
My cracker.
I'm very self-conscious.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I think your cracker's very salty, Jared.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
say
it's
that
mad.
again. Get me nice and salty.
Oh. I'm sorry if I interrupted you guys a bunch before. I'm just realizing that now. I was like in a mood. I don't know why.
Oh, you're fine, dude. You're good. Everyone's voting for this ass map. What is wrong with you? We played this so much. Are you actually shitting me? Holy shit.
Connect. Please connect. Oh, I forgot this why this didn't work last time.
Why?
Of course!
It won't let you
Oh my
fucking
God.
plug in this controller and connect at the same time.
Oh, that sucks.
Dude, who
Yeah,
likes this map? Sorry, I'll calm down. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I don't even know what map we're playing because my fucking shit won't fucking load.
This map for the millionth time tonight, for Christ's sake.
It's
oh my
so
God.
annoying, bro. I don't know who keeps
I
quitting
know.
it.
What map is it?
I don't even know.
Mario
what it's called.
Circuit 3.
We played this like 3 or 4 times. What the fuck?
No, that's an understatement. We played it like 10.
Yeah, we played it a lot.
Easily you played this about 10 times.
Cat, what's your issue? What's the matter? Are you okay?
Take it on.
No, I'm not, Jared.
Take it on.
Me, it's okay. No one is.
I'm okay.
I'm in 10th place. How did I get hit with a red shell?
I
Wait,
might
what were you
have
singing?
I might have a part time. What's this song called? I think this is from my backup playlist.
Going through these motions, I guess. Just keep it fucking moving.
What's it called? I don't remember what the song is. Oh, thank. Oh no, wait, never mind.
Thanks for the
I know what song
memories.
you're singing.
Oh, other side. Other side.
Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, one of my viewers, Josh, showed it to me. He doesn't come around anymore though. He's busy. And I don't play Call of Duty anymore.
I was at one point a guitarist in a band with friends, and I played that song.
Please don't tell me that's gonna hit me. Okay.
You should play Other
nice.
Side by Macklemore.
Is that a
That's a
thing?
better other side.
Also, Get Addicted to Lean.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I'm actually gonna start a Macklemore only cover band. We're gonna cover, Thrift Shop, get people hyped. Same love, I guess. Because
Bro, I literally I literally messed up in the game to mute so I could talk to you guys. You see how dedicated I am to talking to y'all? Yeah, I'll stop. I'll check it out after this game if I remember. If not, I'll check it out later for sure. Yes, you are saved, PP. Alright, good. I'm sorry I don't play it as much as I used to. Red Hot Chili Peppers, thank you, Jimmy.
Think about it. Did I just hear Jared scream?
That
Yeah.
was exactly what you didn't hear.
Okay.
I'm just chilling back here. Fucking fourth place. Still not terrible. Still not horrendous. Not, not great, but could be worse, I guess. Got a snack? What kind of snack you got? Hopefully something good.
The new character, the new region. Bro, she's like 10, bro. She's like 10, bro. Oh, wait, you guys don't see this. I'm dumb. Sorry. Oh, she's hot, bro. If she's of age. She looks like the perfect color of a person. I don't know. Holy shit, bro. They know how to make Sims play games, bro. Oh my god. Maybe I'll come back to Genshin.
I'm illiterate. That's part of the reason why it's okay. But also because...
Tell Jimmy I'll stop picking it till he picks 200cc. Oh, I forgot to pick it. I went random. I'm sorry. For my my lip mask. Hell yeah. The giant robot? Oh, there was a giant robot? Can you tell me where in the video the giant robot pops up? Oh, this song sounds so good. And I'll watch it afterwards. Oh, I forgot to check out the Discord.
Literally. What the fuck is this? Fine, you know what? Y'all want to have fun? Y'all want to have fun? I'll give you fun soon.
Oh, we got it again? Oh,
Hello there.
Jared? Jared?
Who's Jared?
Trisket raid?
Who are you
Yo!
fucking talking to?
Shout him out, mods. Go follow this beautiful man if you haven't already. I'm sorry I was muted so much, guys. I was like... This music's too loud in my ears.
Oh.
I can't. That was a short clip. I can't. No, I'm gonna get DC'd. All right. No!
DC.
I got DC? Yeah, I wanted to pause it so I could hear Jimmy.
Spectate.
That song is so loud. It's okay. Hey, welcome back, Elena. Thanks for the freaking raid, bro.
Of course.
For those wondering what we do here, we do variety gaming, but also Pokemon and stuff. We're gonna do a lot of Pokemon soon. Starting a Nuzlocke tomorrow, so that should be fun. And, yeah. And I'm an asshole when I do collab streams because I talk to chat instead of you guys. I'm sorry.
Ping, you're literally one of the best people to collab with. You have a good balance. You're good.
Aw, you're so sweet, bro.
If you have to talk to chat, you go talk to them for a sec. It's all good. Don't you worry.
Okay. I do feel bad, though.
No, don't feel bad, dude. Like, it's literally so fine.
Okay.
And you could bad.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just like a decent amount of bad.
I do.
I don't go overboard with, go fucking flagellating yourself, but also just want to like slap yourself on the wrist. That'd be
okay.
Oh, let's go. Second place.
I'm doing it.
I don't want to say fitting, but understandable.
That hurt, bro, but I did it for you.
Thank you.
I did it for you. I love that clip. There are two giant robots that mostly have to battle. Oh. It's Genshin Impact, so she's probably 10. True. No, not the girl that I thought was cute. Guys, how old do you think this... Never mind. I have to make sure, like, before I say things.
Are you developing a filter finally, Elliot? I'm proud of you.
Oh, God.
I have a filter. You don't want to see me IRL, bro. That's on another level.
Baby Park. We have to fucking combat the Mario Circuit idiots. Baby Park, everyone.
Baby Park, guys. Baby Park.
Park. Baby Park. Fucking idiots, dude. Are you kidding me? The fuck is wrong with you?
It's funny. I'm sorry.
Baby Park. Baby Park.
Butter Royale.
Why'd you pick Baby Park? Because well, Gino still went too far. Doesn't even begin to redeem you yet, Gino.
Furry. Is furry a furry?
Possibly.
Where is Baby Park? No one knows. Honestly, Baby Park is fun.
Horseshit! Oh my god! What?
That's so funny. Oh, you put the timestamp?
I'm okay. No, that's yeah. Okay, I'll sit and spectate.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Try to send a shorter clip. No, I'm gonna DC. Try to send a shorter clip, Asta. Bro, I can't hydrate anymore. I'm gonna be bullshitting you guys. I'm gonna be drinking air. I can't. I gotta refill it after this game, but I got you, K-Bomb. Minecraft 3 again. Bro, I feel like all I get is mushrooms. That's not even true, but that's what I feel like.
Is because you feel like a mushroom inside?
Or I feel like consuming them. It's one or the other. I can't tell yet.
Okay, that's fair enough, though.
This is a catchy song. This sounds nice. By the way, anyone is welcome to request music.
What song is playing?
I don't know, but it sounds catchy. Oh my!
I have to unmute your stream just to have an opinion.
No, you could do exclamation point song to see what the current song is called.
Oh,
but
this is Ain't It Fun by Paramore. I love Paramore.
Oh, this is
I know
Paramore?
this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I went to a Paramore concert when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, because my
This
cousin.
is like their most popular song. You didn't know? It's okay.
No, I didn't. I went to the concert, but I really went because my cousin liked them a lot. Like I didn't know them at all, really.
Man, I bet you don't even know her nudes.
I went to a concert too, but it was Boston
Hi,
Calling. I went
Jimmy.
to like a lot of concerts. This is a festival. Pretty cool.
That's very cool. Yeah, I don't know why your song requests now are going. Thanks for the host, whoever is hosting. I turned into Jiraiya. What a loser. Damn, BK. Oh, not everyone could be special like BK. I missed you, BK. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How's life going? 'Tis me. Oh, I just got lucky there. You have no more song requests? I don't know why it's not letting you do that.
Yo, straight up, I do need to go to bed though. It's fucking late.
Good night, Jared.
Late enough for me. Bye
Good
bye.
night, bro. Bye bye. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the games.
Of course,
I had fun.
hug.
Mwah.
All right, Baby Park guys. These fucking. I'll stop picking Jimmy if you do 200 CC next round. Let me consider that one. Fucking Baby Park guys, combat these idiots. Baby Park.
Bro, I don't even know where that is. I'm just gonna go random. I gotta get water for K-Bomb. I'll be back. Sorry.
Thank you. Y'all fucking combating the idiots here. Janelle! I swear to fuck. I swear to fuck. I swear to fuck. Thank God, dude. Thank fucking Christ. Thank God.
Can you play She Knows? Alright, I can't go get water. I was trying to catch up with chat. I use Y to accelerate? Oh, I use A. Is Y better? Screw your last minute. I've been busy with that college grind and running door. Oh, shit. Damn. Good shit. Good going on the grinds, BK, though. I hope business is okay with DoorDash, because, like, in summer, I know it's a little... What is this song? Yeah, because there's more, like, college kids doing it. Uber Eats, so you have less business. And there's less people asking for it, also. Because, like, people don't go out as much. And we're kind of in a recession, depending on who you ask, so there's that, too. I think we are in a recession actually. But...
Yeah, I think as far as like the term, like yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, so I used to think recession means 2 quarters of negative growth, but apparently it doesn't. My finance friend told me this, and then I looked it up, and he was right. Apparently, there's this like guy in government that just decides when there's inflation. I mean, he uses like metrics like unemployment and all this stuff, but I always thought it was based off GDP growth.
Yeah, sadly, some of that shit was obviously bound to happen due to COVID and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we are.
I need a good job. BK, I would say, yeah, COVID definitely influenced it, I think. I would say go for, oh, I was first. I would say look into tutoring. I got a message today from the tutoring job that if I get it, I could make enough money per month, like to consider moving out soon. But yeah.
I actually started doing a hold on, wait, before I announce anything. So the deal was if I did 200cc, you guys would stop doing this, right? If that was the deal?
Yeah. Well, I mean, only gamers then.
Wait, but it's not the last race? What the fuck? Sorry. I started doing something ping where there's like a website where you can do like surveys and testing for companies and they'll like pay you to do it. I heard some people make like 100 to 300 a week on it, so I'm doing that for some spare change.
Can you say that one more time? A company where
There's like a website where like companies will pay you to take surveys, look at their product,
Oh.
or like interview or shit. So I've been doing some
Yes.
of that, and it's
Oh,
been
whoa.
actually like pretty okay.
What's it called?
Let me give the name real quick. I just did it. I just signed up for it yesterday.
Oh
This
shit!
is
I
the
think I voted
quickest.
random, but we got Baby Park. It's okay.
Gmail. Hold on, let me just look at it real quick for you. I think it's like a pretty self-explanatory name.
Mhm.
User testing. User testing is called.
Yes, I actually signed up for that, but then I
Oh,
was
like
like,
recently?
2 months ago.
Oh,
Yeah, because I was looking into doing all that online stuff. Like, I was looking at UTurk, which is Amazon's thing, I think. Bruh, skip this, bro. This is not a song. You can't song request stuff that's.
put it
Hey,
in chat. No,
who put
Coca, but
this? You can't say slur. You can't have slurs, Elena. I'm gonna ban you. I'm giving you a strike. I'm legit giving you a strike. Like, that even if it's like a funny video or whatever, I can't have the N word with the hard R, especially like the N word with hard R just can't be on stream.
no, that is very much a slur, and where the hard R.
If you do it again, I'm banning you, Elena. Permaban. I don't care what you say. I could get banned for it. I don't care what you think about it. I could get banned for it.
Yeah, it's not TOS.
Watch it on your own time. Yeah, I think I've seen that video. Like, yeah, you could send it to me on Discord or whatever. But like, also just song request is for music, not for random YouTube videos.
I was gonna say Kokobut though, like I heard some people make 100 or 300 a week off of it if they just like kind of grinded it and like got, I don't know. So definitely
Yeah,
worth looking at.
I've heard it's good as well. Oh, you voted Mario Moon.
I definitely need the change.
Yeah, tutoring is good though. If you could, I mean, a lot of these jobs are like client based, so you have to like, get lucky with it and stuff. But
Yeah.
funny reset, you can't reset the funny. Watch the lyrics. It's not a slur.
Yeah.
Oh, do they not say it and I just misheard it? Oh, my bad. But regardless, don't put videos. Like, you could send videos on the Discord and stuff, but yeah.
Ping. That's
My
actually
bad.
my last race. I'm not gonna lie. I'm Mario Karted out. I'm tapping out here.
Same last race for me too. Communication error.
I do see it. Yeah. I was gonna be like, you want to have fun? Let's have fun. I was gonna do 50cc because get back to 200. I was
That'd be
kind of looking
funny.
forward to that. I was gonna do bombs only, but I'm fucking too tired for that.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Monkey do bad.
I'm gonna
Monkey
review the
very bad.
footage, Elena. Okay, I'll review the footage. No, yeah, I'll review the footage. I'm too nice. Okay. Yes, I watched the movie. Oh no, I didn't watch the Giant Turbo Bits yet. I'm gonna look into it, Jimmy. Thanks. Nice. Jackbox? Yeah, we could do Jackbox. I think I'm tired out from Mario Kart as well.
I'm so Mario Karted out. But
Yeah.
hey, Ping,
Mhm.
that will be a YouTube video. And
Hell yeah.
possibly a good one. So thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. That's what made it more
Of
fun.
course.
Do you want to do Jackbox, Jimmy? Or are you going?
I might go. I'm so fucking tired. I'll leave a lurk in your stream though, I think.
Okay. I appreciate it, bro.
All right. Peace out, everyone. Bye.
Bye bye. Had enough Mario Kart for 3 months. Kind of true. Instead of Jackbox, because I don't think we have enough people for Jackbox. Let's do. I kind of want to do the Wordle games. I'm not gonna lie. Let's do the Wordle games. I'm sorry. I know you guys enjoyed Mario Kart, but it was enough for now. Tetra. The problem with that is it's not that community based, and it lags my computer like last time, Butter. I'm sorry. You can do the grass cut on Baby Park Shroomlet. Wait, you can? Oh, I gotta figure that out. I didn't watch the Giant Robots, not yet. I'm sorry, but you get to look at my beautiful background. Yeah, you're definitely mad good in Mario Kart, gamer. Check out my video if you want to see me react to the newest Scarlet and Violet video. Okay, anyway, let's play some Wordle. Let's play some Wordle. And we're gonna play GeoGuessr and stuff to end out the night. Tomorrow we're gonna start off with Nuzlocke probably, and then go into some other stuff maybe as well. So yeah, the word is technical on a start to the. Oh, so the word was played. Yeah, I'm keeping her straight. I don't care what the dictionary says, bro. I could get banned for it. Okay, I'm not trying to have an ethics argument right now. I'm just saying I could get banned. I don't want the hard N regardless, though. I don't want the hard N regardless on stream. Multiple reasons, which I don't mind talking about, but let me just set this up. Let me set this up. Oh, they didn't get back to me, the tutoring job thing. Okay. Bro, I don't... Where are the robots, bro? Just send me the right video. This isn't the right video. Bro. Is she not... young? Let's stop. Oh, you guys don't even see it. Is she not... Never mind. I hope she's not that young. Alright, let's do Wordle. Wordle! The word is second... just build a mini turbo and hop over the grass. Oh. Bro, you're a god then for if you know tricks like that. I don't know that stuff. I'm done signing music. Okay. I need to Sharon to get back to design work for midterms. I'll be lurking for a minute. Okay. No worries. Thanks for popping in with the raid, you know? I shall return. Have a good shower. Crane. I like going with penis as the first word. It's just a tradition. But we could do crane. We could do crane. This song sounds really nice. I've never heard it before. Crane uses 2 letters we already have in the first word. So let's try to think of a word that doesn't use any of those letters, I think. I think that might be good. Yo, what's up, Timmy? How you doing? How are you doing? I hope you all, everyone enjoyed the, hope you guys enjoyed the Mario Kart. Anyway. Weird. Wait, no way that's a word. I'm so tempted to press enter, but let's not do that. 3 ads. Can we get some Sag in there? Truck. Truck is good. That's a good one. But are you doing good, Timmy? Hell yeah. You love the song? It sounds mad nice. It was a blast? Hell yeah. And you learn how to drift. I sent the right video with timestamps. What, on Discord? Alright, after this Wordle game, I'll check it out. Let me have it open on Discord so I don't forget. Wait, where did you send it? I don't see it, bro. Send it to me on Discord so I don't forget. The grass cut is a type of. There's many on many maps. Some difficult, some easy. NISC. No item shortcut. Oh. Damn, so I could become a god at this game? Is that what you're telling me? I may just done a world this morning. Try unfit. Unfit might be good. UN. Oh, wait. Don't give away the answer if you've done it already, okay? I think it is unfit, but good job. Don't read chat. Don't read it. For once in my life, I read it correctly. I usually read backwards. I read it correctly until he tried to warn me. Don't do that though. All right, I'm gonna keep the strike on you regardless. I'm just gonna keep it. Anyway, wow, this is how many times we played Wordle. For those that don't know how to play Wordle, you guys are losers. Just kidding. I'll teach you how to play right now. But before we do that, where's the video, Nathan? Where's the video?
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very bad.
I don't do bad. I do good. Monkey do very good. 255 and 22. The song sounds so... Wait, I'm adding this song. Try Waffle. It's on Wordle Unlimited. Yo, you're always with Waffle. I'm surprised you don't say butter.
Goodbye.
All right, see you, Elena.
See you next time.
This song is really good. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I want to add this song. This sounds so nice. Wait, did I even see this? What happened? Let's see, what is this? Bro, I don't see the Giants. Oh, I just saw it. Oh, shit. Bro, Genshin is actually pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. All right, let's do the Wordle, because that game is super fun for me. I wish there was a butter Wordle. Yeah, I don't think there is. The only NISCs I can do effectively are the grass cut on Baby Park and that tiny cut on Mario Circuit 3. I think I know which cut you're talking about on Mario Circuit 3, just because we played it so much today. Hell yeah, though. That's awesome. How hard is it to master? Hey, Cortez! I feel like you stalk it, and when you see Wordle or like Wordle or something, you come in. That's awesome, bro. That was like good timing. How you doing, Cortez? Oh, thanks for the extreme stretch, Timmy. Michigan? I think it's a country, but try it. Didn't work. God damn it, they're racist. You gotta watch out for that penis truck. True. Psych. Hey, Elena's still popping in. Nice, still sticking around. There's two of them, and I'm pretty sure the player has to fight both at the same time. Jeez, that sounds fun though. What country, what territory do you guys think this is? Actually, I have no idea what this is. Thanks for the stretch. I learned lots of cuts on DLC. That's probably why you're a god. Many professional players can use them to clear an off-road ramp that most players would use a shroom to access. Wow. I gotta take more risks with that then. You have to guess a word with 6 tries in a Wordle. If a letter is... Thank you, Random, for putting the description. Thank you. Asia. Asia is not a country, but good try. Canada. It's definitely not Canada. I swear. Okay. Try the Bahamas. This does seem like an island type thing. I think Bahamas might be good here. The Bahamas. Huh? Bahamas? Okay, that's far away. It's 14,000 kilometers westward from the Bahamas. Where is the Bahamas? Wait, that means it's like... It's east. No? Isn't that closer east? What is this song? That moan, flushed. What you always say? What does flushed mean? I'm sugar high. Nice. I would say Peru. It's definitely not Peru, but we could guess Peru. Bahamas is south of Florida. Yeah, so 14,000 kilometers west. Isn't that already like on the eastern hemisphere? I'm stumped, not gonna lie. The ramp and I are the most difficult. Why? I guess because you have to go all the way up before you get the bonus from it. Red in the face. Oh, okay. Oh, did I make you flushed? Cambodia. I kind of like that guess. I'd guess Japan since we know where that is. That might be good. Papua New Guinea. Let's go Cambodia. Oh shit! It's northeast of Cambodia, 1,000 kilometers away. I like Cambodia because that's Eastern Hemisphere. That makes sense to me. I mean Japan also, but right? Cambodia is where I think it is, right? I think. Search up global. Yeah, we do global as well. Papua New Guinea. I honestly, what is near Cambodia? Like Vietnam and stuff, right?
Bing bang.
Bing bang. Only thing I can think of northeast is China, but it's not China. Yeah, not Mongolia. Yeah, it's not Mongolia. It's like, oh yeah, northeast. It's not Laos. It kind of looks like Laos, Indonesia, Vietnam, like one of those maybe. Yeah, we're probably gonna play GeoGuessr a bit too. Yeah. Usually when we do Wordle, we do like a bunch of variants of Wordle, and then we'll go into GeoGuessr. What could this be? Laos, Vietnam, Thailand are too close. So what's near China? It's separated. Korea? North and South Korea? That's not how Korea looks. Ooh, Timmy got it. New Zealand. I don't think New Zealand is northeast. Isn't it south? Isn't it like southeast? Or am I? You know what? Let's just guess it since we're not guessing anything here. Yeah, it's not New Zealand. I knew that and I still guessed it. I don't know why. Yeah, it's too south. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. Taiwan. Huh. I don't think it's Taiwan. Wait, so is it more towards Iran? I'm not sure, bro. Yeah, I think it's more towards like Japan, not Iran. All right, let's try Taiwan. It's definitely not Taiwan, but we'll see how close it is. Taiwan is close. Whoa, it's right west to Taiwan. That was a good guess, Nathan. What's right next to Taiwan? Bro, I've been to Taiwan. I should know this. China? Well, that's definitely not China, though. Oh, maybe it's like Bangladesh or Pakistan or something? What the fuck? I'm confused. Philippines. Philippines is further... Bing bong. Furry, you really like Bing bong. I think it's further east, no? I think Philippines is further east. You know what? No one is a god here. Let's just guess it. Yeah, like, I was right. It was further east. It's got to be a country circumcised. Yeah, I like getting circumcised. South Korea is more to the east, I think. Got to be circumscribed by China. Yeah, it's got to be next to China. It got to border China, probably, right? Look, I'm sorry. We got one more guess. If we got this wrong, I permabam 3 people from chat. If we get this right, I will do... No, I shouldn't say that because then you guys will look it up. Never mind. Yeah, this is a nice song. The last 3 people who talked in chat. So Butter, Elena, and Chimmy are getting... and actually Stream Elements, not Chimmy. Are getting permabanned if we don't get this right. What is this? What is this thing? Bing bong. Why do I keep repeating the bing bong? Minnesota? Holy shit, you're a genius. No, they don't have it in this game. Good try, though. Good try. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. You know what? I'm pretty I don't think it's Sri Lanka, but... Yeah. What was it? Bro, who remembers Macaco, bro? No one remembers this. It's... I don't remember this. Bro, you were so right, Cortez. It was pretty much China. Macaco, bro? No one was gonna guess that. I like Global more because you could actually... Well, they're both fun, actually. But Global is cool. Maybe we should do Global first to see the map. They spelled cacao wrong. Idiots. True. Based. But let's do China. All right, let's do China. Holy shit! It's 10 kilometers. It literally borders China. But we don't know the direction. That's the problem. So it could be like North Korea. It could be Russia. It could be so many different countries here. You are a genius. It could be Mongolia. You guys want to go? Mongolia might be a really good guess because then it's closer to a bunch of other countries. And 2 people said it, so let's go Mongolia. Do North Korea? I was thinking North Korea too, but more people said Mongolia. Let's do it. You idiots. It's not Mongolia. Okay, this means it's further away from Mongolia and closer to China. So it's not Russia. I guess. I mean, Russia is like huge, but... And I don't think it's... I guess technically it could be North Korea. No, it's definitely not Russia. I don't think it's South Korea. I guess it could be, though, because from this point, it's probably 10 kilometers, right? You're an idiot? No, you're fine. Oh, you thought Mongolia was somewhere else? That's fine. Nepal? Oh, Nepal's like here, right? India... there's so many countries, bro. Vietnam? You think it's this area? I mean... One of the stands? Kazakhstan? Kazakhstan... I don't know if it's Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan. Those are like here, right? I kind of want to figure out what direction it is. So let's guess something over here on the border here to see if it's somewhere around here or if we're getting further away. If we're getting further away, we know it's like Southeast Asia, you know? So what's the country right here, guys? Do North and South Korea first. North, South Korea. That's not Laos. Laos is like... oh, God, it froze. I gotta refresh. Laos is further down. Laos is like here. Kazakhstan is there? Okay. Mongolia has a population of 3 million. Okay. That's a random information, but that's kind of interesting, I guess. Timmy said Nepal, India. Ulaanbaatar. Whoa, its capital has half its population. That's actually kind of crazy. I don't know anymore. I think we're gonna go with one of the Kyrgyzstans. Let's go Kazakhstan. I thought I was typing. Kazakhstan. Okay, so it's definitely not North or South Korea. We were wrong. Random. Elena. Do you know? It's equally close to these 2 countries. So it must be something here. Or here. So, it can't be Russia, though. Because this is here. Mongolia's here. So, and Russia spans to, like, here. So it's definitely Kyrgyzstan, right? Nah, you're not going to get banned. I'm joking. It's definitely what Chimmy said. I think that one is here, right? Kyrgyzstan is here, right? Does anyone remember? Bank! Baby. There we go. Bank. I think you're right. All right, let's do it. Let's go. I was wrong, but we were right. Wait, what is that area of the world's map? Please don't dox me. Please don't dox me. Okay, it didn't dox me. Bro, what is this map, bro? This is the worst map. Huh? It's literally not even the whole... It's literally just the Western Hemisphere. Oh, because I clicked on it. Okay. Oh, Uzbekistan is there. The stands get confused. I used to know all of this area. I mean, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh is easy, and Iran. And then Turkey. Like, I remember a lot of these personally, but like... I forgot the stands. It's like, you know when you don't do something for a long time, you forget? Like, I used to look a lot into geography, but I haven't in a long time, so I forgot. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan. So Turkmenistan is across the sea from Turkey. Maybe that's a good way to remember. I know there's a lot of Uzbekis in New York. And Tajik. And they're right next to each other. Alright, I don't know. I'm still proud of my first guess. Hell yeah. Bro, China was a great guess. You are. Dude, if it's Kyrgyzstan, Chimmy's a genius. True. Where's Azerbaijan? Oh. I just clicked off. Azerbaijan is right next to Caspian Sea, which happens to be my ex-dog's name. Right here. So, This is the Caspian Sea. It's the biggest. It's not a sea. It's the biggest lake. Not lake. What is it called? Whatever. In the world. You have Azerbaijan right here. Azerbaijan and Georgia are very close allies, but Azerbaijan and Armenia hate each other. And then you got Turkey, Iran. That's why a lot of people think I'm like Turkish or Iranian, because my ancestors came from like this region pretty much. So yeah. Next to Mali, the country Ayo. Wait, where's Mali again? I'm not gonna lie, I forgot where Mali is. Oh, it's right here. Oh, bruh, you're so dumb. I like this song. If you want to skip a song, do vote skip. Did I mention that me and my ex broke up a day after 4 months? That sucks. I think you're pink. I am pink. I think you're pink. Ah, you messed up. Butter messed up. K-A-T-Y. Shit. K-A-T-L-Y-N-N-E messed up. Anyway. I like doing geography-based stuff when you can see the whole world. I just feel like I'm getting a better understanding of how the world works, and that just makes me feel good. I think we might do a thing one of these days where I don't end stream until I get every country in the world map or something. I don't know. There is a country called Chad in Africa, like Central Africa. Your name is Elliot. 2 L's, 1 T. But yeah. Woo privilege. No! I didn't mean it. You forgot your apostrophe in your also, but you know, whatever. I didn't mean it. All right, let's do please don't take away my privileges. Let's do GeoGuessr. We did the best Wordles. I know we didn't do Siddiquordle. Actually, nah, let's do Siddiquordle. That one is fun. Where's Djibouti? Let's do Siddiquordle first. For those that don't know how this works, it's pretty much what Random explained earlier. If you didn't see that message though, that's fine. Which is Wordle. So look, I'll type in penis, but it's 16 different ones you have to solve. Waffle. Oh, there is no waffle Wordle, is there? Oh, we played it before. Oh, this one. Oh, this one's annoying. I don't like this one that much. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Penis. Yes. Cortez knows what's up, bro. That's why he's VIP. Next time we'll do it, Butter. I apologize. There's too many at this point. So all the letters. Okay, I'm gonna do a thing right now that helps some people in chat. Okay. Can we have an ice cream cone? Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Okay. We just went in the Matrix. I'm gonna draw this bad line. Bro, this is literally what this whiteboard is good for. This is why, guys, this is why I learn new things, okay? I learn new things for stream, so I could actually make use of them on stream. And this is one of those times where it actually comes in use. Craze. So, these are different ones. The white line shows the difference here, okay? You could see here, any letter that's not highlighted means it's not in the mystery word. Green means it's in the right location and it's part of the mystery word, and yellow means it's in the mystery word but not in the right location. I hope that made sense. Whoa, we got 3 letters here. We might as well guess more letters. Craze would be good, but let's try to guess a letter that doesn't use this stuff. What was that? I know, right? I don't know what that was. I'm gonna pick another unreleased Michael Jackson song again. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tough. Tough is great. There's no repeating letters, and it uses... Yeah, there's no repeating letters, that's why. Wow, none of them. Holy shit, okay. Those letters are not good. We have 19 more tries and 16 things. So let's go for one last word, because we're not getting much here. Oh, shit. Oh, we got something here. Unite. Pokemon Unite, that's what helped me. Try Maze. Maze is 4 letters. It has to be 5 letters or more. All right, see you, Nathan. Thanks for popping in. Have a good one. Thanks for the Mario Kart games as well. See you next time. This is Unite. Do you guys agree? Well, I don't care if you agree. It is Unite, okay? I'm going to press enter. Let's go. This one is easy too. It's literally because you said tough, Cortez. Use an A. Bro, we don't need to use an A yet. But let's do it. Let's guess a word and use an A or whatever once we, once we have stuff. I want McDonald's. I want McDonald's now too. Elena, you're making me want McDonald's. All right, so here we got Stitch. That is not right. Snitch? Nope. I don't know. I'm gonna grab an Oreo. Oh, I'm jealous. Nice. As if I didn't say that 5 years ago when we needed to use an A. I was reading your chat. What do you mean? Apple? Smith. Smith. Could it be anything else? That's the problem. If it could be something else, this is a waste of a guess. I honestly think Smith is the best guess. What do you guys think? Smith, easy clap? All right, let's do it. Yeah, there is an S. Let's go. Good shit, bro. Good shit, butter. We got OU. So we'll return to that. I'm just going to scroll through a bit to see if we have anything that's easy to solve here. I actually think the one down there was the best one, maybe. Where was it? I'm sorry for the seizure I'm causing everyone. Here we go. Sith? Sith? No, it's not a word. Stupid Timmy, bro. Damn, what is he saying, bro? Like, just kidding. Dashboard confessional? Oh, I'm looking forward to that. We could also just guess a random word that uses like A and stuff, like Cortez was saying. Like someone said apple. Random said apple. Apple uses, we already have E though, in that location. And P. So Apple's not the best, but good guess. Oh, this is Michael Jackson? This song sounds okay. Piano? Piano uses P, I, and N, which we used. N-O. Wacky. Holy shit. I think that's literally the most genius one. The most genius one. We didn't use W, A, C, or K, or Y. Jesus, Cortez is a god. I was thinking mouth too, but T and H aren't in this word. All right, Cortez, let's go wacky. The song sounds interesting. Holy shit! Wacky gave us tacky. Oh my god. All right, this one might be really good too. The T is here. Blank AT blank H. Welcome back, Elena. Sorry I died. You're good, you're good. Shamone? Hell yeah, Shamone, baby. Shamone, Pog, indeed. Let's go Brussels, bro. The Brussels, bro. I don't know why I'm so excited. Honestly, you guys give me the excitement a lot of the times. Watch. Watch. No, there's no watch because there's no W here. Maybe we don't need to guess this. Let's look at what else we have and then we'll come back to that. We have some decent looking ones, but I don't know. I honestly think this one might be our best bet. Batch or hatch, match or catch. Yeah, we didn't wear a hat today. I'm gonna put the ping pong hat on. The problem with hatch, although I like it, it uses H twice. So if this is wrong, it's pretty much a bad guess, right? The thing that I like about match... Oh no, it can't be match. Oh, there's no M. The thing I like about batch is that batch uses a letter we haven't used before, which could help for other stuff. So I'm going to say batch here. Yo, let's go! Holy shit, we're killing it today. What else we got? This one looks starting to look promising. We're not getting that many hints, though. Okay, we got a B for the first one. That's something. I didn't really like this song when it started, but now I like it. Yo, B-O blank T-Y. Bolty? Borty? Budty? Bufty? What? Is it bolty? What is this word? Bowdy? There's no U. Booty! Booty! Butter, you're a genius! Beach? Were you thinking beach for a different one? Bro, if it's not booty, let's go, baby! Hell yeah! Butter killed it with that. Not gonna lie. That was fucking beautiful right there. Yeah, these are getting annoying. Okay, this song's actually really repetitive. I don't like it that much. This one might be promising. Whoa. Okay, let's look at this one and see. This one actually has a lot of letters. So if we guess O H E C O H E, I'll find another song. Okay, clap. Booty clap. Noise. More. For those wondering, we have 13 out of 21 guesses left, and we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 left. So we could choke on 2 of them. Haha, you see what I did there? He said choke. Choke actually might be it. No, there's no K in this word actually, so it's not choke. Good guess though. Maybe chol? Isn't chol a word? I guess not. Chore! Wait, chore sounds good. What do you guys think of chore? Yes, Cortez put it! And because of delay, you probably thought of it before I said it, or like at the same time. Alright, since Cortez put it, and Butter said, woo! I'm gonna press enter. Let's go! And we got R for this. Oh, this is easy already. Mourn. This one is mourn 100%. Let's go. Spoons? I want to guess this one before moving on, but let's see what else there is. Okay. The hell is this? Wooer? This must be wooer, right? Swoop. Swoop might be good. Woo! Dino. Did you get sleep, bro? This must be wooer. The other one could be ramen. Holy shit. Wait, we're killing it right now. Well, I'm killing it, but let me just make sure we don't have anything else we could guess. So we're getting a lot of letters here before we go to the other ones. Any wooers? Woo! I didn't even realize that. That's so true. Woo! That's so good. This one is crier? Crier? Fire? This one must be crier, right? What do you guys think? I never got the water for K-Bomb. It's hydrate. K-Bomb, if you're still here, say yo, and I will chug water for you because I feel bad. Do crier? All right, let's do it. Hell yeah. Wait. Oh. Well, we got it. It's okay. I think from my shots, my brain went wonky. All right. Good night, Elena. Thanks for popping in. And thanks for the great music. Except that one song. People said a crier. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we were good for that one, thankfully. The first one's kind of hard, actually, so let's skip that for now. Penis. I want penis to be one once. Rena? We'll go back to that, too. All right, you guys have to get this one. This one, rarer? No way is this rarer. That would be insane if that's rarer. Sorry, I'm going to stop scrolling soon. I just want to make sure there aren't very, very easy ones. Oh, yeah, I think you're right with swoops or swoop over here. I think that looks good. But yeah, let's try this one. Or this one. I think it's rarer. Rarer, easy clap. Let's do it. I really do think the other one is ramen. All right. Ramen or raven. Ooh, I think they would go raven before ramen. Rarer, let's go. I'm actually surprised we're getting these. Ramen. Which one did you think was ramen? Wait, what the heck? Wait, R-I, river. This one is river. This one's river, right? I'm just gonna wait for one person to respond so I know to press enter. I feel like it must be river. Yeah, let's do it. No. No, and Cortez said no right after Ryder. Yeah. Okay, we have 7 guesses and 6. River easy. That's what I thought. I think it's Ryder. It's good that Cortez said that. All right. Well, I mean, I was late to read that, but it's okay. We can still afford to make one mistake. There's 5 things left, and we have 6 guesses, but we can only make one more mistake. Okay, this is Raven, guaranteed. River helped us see that this is Raven. Otherwise, I would have put ramen. But nice butter. That made me think of Raven. So that was quick. I think this is swoops. Swoop. I think you're right with this. But let's go back to it later. We might have an easier one. I'm gonna have to zoom out a bunch here. Okay, sorry. Ren. Oh my god, this one's actually dumb. Ren. Should we just do swoop? What is this? Butter, did you draw that ramen yesterday? Yeah, did you? I remember Butter drew, I think the spaceship, the space one was mad good. Oh, I remember the ramen one now too, actually. Renal, yes. I think Renal is really big in word games. I think that's a good guess. What do you guys think? Renal sounds really good. There's no L's also. Leash is Renal, yeah? Alright, let's do it. Wait, let's see what Cortez says. Renal easy, Renal easy? Okay. Hell yeah, good shit, Timmy. Leash. I don't think this one is... Oh! Wait, I think you're right. This is Leash. I'm not even gonna ask you guys. It is Leash. Good shit, bro. Let's go. Alright, B... I don't know what this is. Should we go to the other one? Let's go to the other one. You guys had some time to look at that. Okay, this is looking more and more like swoop. But Blaze. Blank doesn't work because there's no N here, but good guess. Oh, this is the Michael Jackson song, yeah? Thanks for the lurk, Mook. Go back to the other one. I got you. Blade. It was Leash, yeah. 420 Blaze it. Got the hots by Michael Jackson. I like this one. This one sounds good. Blaze is good. Let's try Blaze. Good shit, bro. Good shit, Cortez. Bleach. Bleach is too long, I think. Blaze is 100% it. Yep. And now we're gonna do swoop. It's definitely swoop. Let's go, baby. Good shit, guys. Cortez did a lot there. Butter, Timmy, Random. Everyone that participated in it. Well, most of you guys. All right, let's go to GeoGuessr now. GG's, bro. GG's. We're going to do 1 or 2, and then I think we're going to end stream. It's only 11. I'm not going to lie. Mario Kart felt super long for me, too. Oh, we haven't even streamed for 4 hours. Okay, so let's do daily streak. Hi, I'm new. Welcome back, Elena. Woo! Time for GeoGuessr. Hell yeah. Yes, good song, Jimmy. I'm gonna put on a lip mask. Hell yeah. Wait, do you put them on every day? Didn't you put one on like yesterday? All right. Let me delete the whiteboard. Shout out to the whiteboard, Mark. Yeah, true. That's why I have OBS on my other monitor. Jose Larreno. Oh, Timmy. 6213-00000. If you're here. 0800-998322. Where is that? Timmy is a god when it comes to this game and phone numbers. I put a face... Thanks for the applause. I put a face mask on yesterday and a lip mask. Yeah, you put a lot of stuff. Because of the number system. I do it every... You do it every day? Oh, wow. Guys, we only have 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna move my head here. I think Spain or Mexico. Oh, Timmy might not be here. That's fine. Let's look at some other stuff. My lips used to be really bad. Is that why you told me to get a lip mask? Possibly Manitoba? Where is Manitoba? It says Jose. Could this be San Jose? Yeah. All right, I'll put it on right now. I'll put on the my lips aren't that bad, I feel like. I don't know. Canada? Wait, this is Canada? Unless there's another Manitoba? I mean, 0800 is a weird area. Like, it seems normal for America for me. Spain, Mexico? No, it's not. Never mind. Canada, no way. Wait, what is... I'm so confused. Alright, well, let's keep looking. Do you like this song? I like this song a lot, yeah. Again, I've realized that I really like... Alright, this is definitely a Spanish-speaking... I don't know, brown people? Very hot, they're in, like, shorts. Huh. This guy's kind of white, though. They're tricking us. Oh, shit, we got a clue, we only have a minute. Look at the kid's shirt. He has no shirt. Look at this kid's shirt. That doesn't. Indonesia, the Philippines? That's what I'm thinking. I also know a bit of Spanish. Yeah, I know it's in Spanish, bro. I know that enough also, but... Hey, welcome back, BK. How's your shower? And how's designing going? This song's really good. Can you send it? Maybe I just need to check out the unreleased album and, like, add it to Spotify. I really like this. Oh. Okay, it's definitely a Spanish-speaking country. It says, like, abor. I shouldn't say definitely, but I don't know if it's Indonesia or Philippines. Even though I just said earlier that I thought it was. Okay, we have no time. Shit. We're gonna go somewhere south af let's go. Okay. I went Argentina randomly because it was in the middle of South America. It ended up being northern Brazil. Okay. Don't play all. Why? That song was unreleased from the Thriller era. Really? Oh shit, I thought it was closer to when he died. Just now opening up the file, but should be done in about 2 hours. Nice. I would say somewhere in Mexico. Oh. Well, you were wrong, so... Weather. Okay, right away it says 140 meters. Meters will not be America, so that takes out, like, a lot of land. Let's see what else. Why did we get so little points? I don't know. I guess they expected us to get it closer. It says Berghager. Moog! I think Moog was lurking or something, but... Is that Finnish? That doesn't sound like Finnish. Like, I know what Finnish sounds like, but... Brazil? I don't think that's Portuguese. Road names might help her. I love this song, and I don't know why, because it's a great song. What do you mean? This song is an awesome song. Because you're cool. Exactly. The song is beautiful. I like 90%, 95% of the songs that Jimmy puts. And I know like 60, 70% of them, I think. The road sign. Oh. Oh, that's what Timmy said too. Yeah, we're going to the road sign, bro. We're going. It's hard to travel, bro. All right. You have the symbol on top, right? They have a stop sign too. This symbol, I don't remember what language, but and I think she might not be like she might be lurking, I mean, or like busy or whatever, so I don't want to bother her. But does anyone know what those dots come from? IP stands for Iran Palestine. Huh? Grupo API. What is that? Iran Pakistan. Oh. I mean, it probably stands for a lot of stuff, but okay. Paraguay. Bro, if it's Paraguay, I'll give you like $100, bro. Don't throw it away. This guy looks Asian from the back. This guy doesn't look Asian anymore. I'm gonna get canceled one of these days, I swear. I think... I don't know, guys. Wasn't that the Swedish flag? No, it wasn't. There was no cross. Albania? Honestly, bro, at this point, fuck it. Maybe it is Albania. I know someone from Albania, so I know where Albania is. It's near Italy. Holy shit, you're a god, Timmy. Hell, good shit, bro. How'd you know? We almost got full credit, 5,000 points. The random place I put it in was really close to where it was too. That flag looks familiar. You're a god. Actually, Butter is a bigger god. Earth. That was insane. Holy shit. That was godlike. I mean, Timmy's a Giga Chad, bro. He's mad good at games. Yo, check out my latest YouTube video if you like Pokemon. And if you haven't checked it out yet, I wanna come out with a new Pokemon video by Wednesday. Thanks, Cortez. I didn't know you made one too. Damn, we both reacted to the same trailer. You got it right. You did, Butter. You're a little Earl god though. True. Earth. Hey, some people actually say Earth like Earth. It's kind of messed up, bro. There was a sign. Why are you yelling at me, bro? Well, now that was the sign, bro. It was just an arrow sign. Unless there was another sign, in which case it's too late. I'm too lazy. So pretty to do. If I ever do another, well, I'm gonna do another 24-hour stream. Just put this song on and repeat, and I'll fall asleep and ruin it. Lots of land, yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's the only observation I can make. I'm not a god. I don't know what the clouds mean, what the trees mean, but solar system. Oh my god. Oh, we came up to an actual road sign. Are you serious, bro? Are you serious? Bruh. Bruh. Honestly, I don't think it's English. So that takes out a lot of the world, I guess. But that doesn't help enough. Because a lot of the world doesn't speak English, too. It didn't look like English, though. Serengeti vibes. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Army. What the hell? I can't believe we actually got to civilization, kind of. Tractor. It's not an army. Wait, is it? No, it's not. A tractor. They look Latino, maybe? Because of brown skin? But not that brown? Oh, actually kind of looks Southeast Asian now. Maybe Philippines? Russia? I don't think it's Russia. It's America. I don't think it's America at all either. But I could be wrong, obviously. I'm thinking it's Philippines. I don't think it's Philippines, but maybe Laos. Like, I think it's in that area. If you guys want to guess more, let me know. But I think I'm going to go Laos. Unless you guys have a good reason to go something else. I think so too. All right, let's do it. Or like Thailand or something. It just looks like that to me for some reason. It looks like this area of the world. Maybe I should go Thailand. Argentina. Why do you make me laugh? That's such a... Why did I laugh? Holy... I'm a god! I'm a god. Guys, it was Cambodia, but look how many points we got. How did I recognize that, bro? It had that vibe, bro, of Southeast Asia, but not like Japan and Korea, because like the people were a bit darker. I guess that's why. And then jungle stuff made me think of Vietnam because of Vietnam War. That's not really true, but kind of. So I just thought that area. I'm in and out. No, you're good. You're good. I'm so smart. Got it again. True solar system. My mom's from the Philippines. Nice. One of my closest friends is from the Philippines as well, and he's mad chill. There's a lot of everything in New York, but Philippines as well. Wait, I didn't change the category to GeoGuessr, guys. Oh, I'm such a bad streamer. There we go. Oh, what you do to me. You want to hear Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal demo? Sure. 5 ads. Sag. Gonna get some Sag in there. Ethan's sad he isn't joining the stream. Yeah, why isn't he joining? I thought you guys were competing for VIP. It was the Asian Mexicans that pointed you in the right direction. True. It was though, honestly. And I saw, like, they looked Latino, but then they also, because of the color of skin and like, I don't know how they looked. And then they also looked like Asian. I have a good eye for these things. Yeah, Mel. Nice throwback. Guys, if you want to talk more, we usually chill out on the Discord after streams. And I'm always like, I shouldn't do this. I should go to sleep. But it ends up happening. Okay, this looks like German or something. So you guys could join in for that. Usually I go to eat for like an hour or two. And sometimes people are there. Like Moog, Dinel, Butter. Not guaranteed, but yeah. Wuchterdonge. This is definitely Germany area. Oh yeah, you're German. Wait, is this German? I forgot, bro. Random, is this German? My bad. I got you to go to bed though. You did, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. He has like 2,000 while I spend mine to hydrate you. It's definitely German. Hell yeah, bro. If this is not Germany, I'm gonna make a mod comment that says fake German. Okay. Do you know what area this is? Could we get even more points? Buttons or better. Klervux. Marnak Dijkert. Go more around, maybe I know it. Okay. Marnak Klervau? That sounds French. It's somewhere that's on a compass. Bro, honestly, Butter, I think you're a genius. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, people have to recognize your genuinity. I don't know. Your genius levels. It says .eu. Germany is like part of the EU. So, I'm a genius. Pyrant.eu. Oh no, this is Germany. Random lives in Germany and he's German and he said this is German. So, but good guess, good guess. I mean, yeah, anytime you see it's Germany. So, knowing German helps me to never get sad. That was funny. Thank you, Ping. You're welcome. Oh no! Oh, we have to guess. Because sad backwards is das and das not good. It's kind of funny. Hell yeah. Wait, you were wrong. It's Luxembourg. Oh no. Oh no, random. Elnerd. Fake German. Said Luxembourg was Germany in GeoGuessr. SMH. Can't believe we got fake German. Yeah, it was close enough for the game, but it was the wrong country, kind of. So, what the hell is this, bro? What the heck is this, bro? Brody, what is this? What this be? It looked like German. Fake German in chat. Yeah, kind of cringe. Not gonna lie. Wait, is this Nevada? Do we have a fake Nevadian Phoenix in chat as well? Is this Ohio? I'm just gonna ask you based off where you live. Is this Indiana? A penis shadow. And BK likes it. Still not as big as your penis though. I love seeing penis shadow. This is literally because of the car. I've seen this before. It's pretty hot. Universe? Oh, you're saying it is not Indiana. Okay, if this is Indiana, then you're a fake Indianian. And if it's not Ohio, you know. You are from Ohio, right, BK? I'm not getting that wrong. That's not good. I like that joke. Not Nevada. Because like Ochelbum got Ayu and Ayel Echelbum is German. Oh. What did they speak in Luxembourg? Do they not speak in Peru? I'll never claim to be from Ohio. I live in Ohio. Where do you claim to be from? The car's penis? Oh, it's mad hot. Definitely not Ohio. Probably has better internet. Indiana doesn't have mountains. Oh. Okay, I have no idea where this is. Like, anyone's guess is not going to be amazing. Because if you say, like, Antarctica, you're probably wrong, but... Liam! Yeah, I got you, bro. Do you like that, bro? Here, I could even zoom in. You want me to zoom in? I got you, bro. Here. Screenshot that. You know, and I think you'll have a good time. You can't actually look at the car though. It's I don't know what's going on with it. We got a minute, Liam. Where is this? No, like at the car, not the shadow. Oh, my bad. Well, I looked at the car too. I don't know what the hell's going on there. I used to claim Texas, and I mainly lived in the South and Germany growing up in the Army. But I was born in Tennessee. Oh, okay. You've definitely said that before. I'm going to try to remember that. Northeastern Africa. You know what, bro? It's in Sudan. I mean, no, that was bad. Literally Mongolia. Next to a lake. Wait, this is Russian. Oh, that makes sense. Zhugran Nur. Look at these muscles, bro. Did you change your color of your name? I like it more now. I had zero clue. Lol. I only claim Texas for the taxes. Northeastern Africa. I had zero clue. Mongolia used to be part of the USSR. Yeah, that's why I was saying it makes sense. Wait, it was, right? Part of the USSR? UUSR. Don't be sorry, you're fine. Growing up in the army, I was born in Tennessee. Is that Pink Shadow? I was born in Tennessee. All right. You're the only 10 I see, and BK has a big peepee. I'm trying to remember Tennessee. I'm trying to link. I've been remembering states based off different things, so I'm trying to remember that. So I think I'll remember it. Host a battle royale, Pog. You want a verse? Battle royale right now?
Monkey do okay.
I'll do it.
Monkey do pretty okay.
You want to come in VC and do it? Thanks, Elena. I'm a real Hoosier. Oh yeah, you told me that. I'll verse you. Let's do it. Let's do it. Play with friends, right? I don't think I've ever versed anyone. Oh, here, challenge a friend.
Oh, there we go.
Yo, what's up? I've never versed you in a game. I'm excited. I heard you're a god gamer, so.
I suck at this game. I'm gonna be completely honest.
All right. I'm looking forward to beating you then.
Oh shit. Well, you are like triple my level, so.
I mean, levels don't mean anything.
True. I have pros teaching me, so.
Exactly.
We'll see.
Liam, he's a god gamer. No, I keep hearing this, and it pisses me off. I'm gonna prove the world wrong. All right.
Imagine I beat you.
I
barely played this game.
Then I'll say you're a god gamer. I don't play this all the time. Okay.
My name is Lotus, but it's gonna be difficult to find me. Do you have like a?
Here's a link. Press it before anyone in chat does. You have 5 seconds.
Oh wait, I was reloading all my pages for hardware acceleration to be turned on, so the thing wasn't laggy. I don't have the link.
I'm joking. You're fine. Wait, can I make a new link if I refresh?
Maybe, probably not. I have no clue.
Yeah. All right, I got
you
a new
can?
link. Yeah, I got a new link.
All right, send it in chat. I'll be quick.
Oh, I was gonna send it on Discord. I'll send it in
chat.
chat.
That's even easier. Yeah.
I already sent it in chat. Do it.
Oh shit. Okay,
Ping, we will help you. Wait. Yeah, how should we do this?
Need help.
Should we do it that we
We're
both
in.
could look at chat?
I don't care. I won't even use them.
All right. So, but I don't know if they could see what you. Yeah, don't help me, guys. Don't help me. Wait, we see the same thing though, right?
Yeah, we get the same exact view.
Okay, so then just look at chat if you want. Let them partake in the fun. Prior than the past? The hell is this, bro?
Yeah, I've been looking at that thing too. I won't lie.
Bro, what? I'm not gonna lie. I think I know the area.
I know where we are. I think I know where we are as well.
No way. I don't know the.
Yeah, I'm
country.
guessing it right now. You're getting pressured with time.
All right, guess, bro.
This one.
Oh, there's a phone number too. Timmy would know.
Fuck.
You were way.
I was right.
Yeah?
I was right on the country. I was right on the country.
Shit, bro. I don't know the country.
Wait, this isn't a battle royale.
Wait, are we versing each other?
This is it's telling me to play next round. This isn't a battle royale.
I
I think it's just a tally of the scores. I could have taken so much more time with that.
Let's do battle royale. Let's do battle royale.
Yeah,
Battle
we
royale is
backing
more
out?
fun. Yeah, let's back out. My stream blacked out. Is that true? Does anyone else see my stream?
I see your screen on stream.
Okay, so what you're saying is I should ban butter.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we love butter. Don't ban her.
No, I gotta give her another strike. Oh my god. Thanks. Green, she says, but not. That's strike 3,645.
Oh no.
Yeah, things are not looking good. I know, BK. I know that was France. Oh, I didn't know that. I can send a photo. Wait, try to refresh the stream. Yeah, it might be on your side. I don't know why, but on OBS it looks good. Bro, how do you do this? Where do you go for battle royale? Is it competitive?
You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, you send it.
I mean, well, we'll just do this one.
Am I striking her because she's a woman? Yes, but don't clip that. I'm just joking. Holy. I'm joking. To be honest, like, I think I've realized this recently with Dinell. I think a plurality of chat is female viewers, so if I'm sexist, I don't know why you guys are still here. No, don't clip it.
I sent you a party invite, and you'll join that, and then there'll be one game open in there.
Okay.
In
You're
DMs.
fresh? Okay, nice. We didn't say anything bad about you, Butter. Don't worry.
Just everything.
Wait, let me just see if this clip actually. I don't know why, but on OBS it looks good. Bro, how do you do this? Where do you go for?
You want me to? I mean,
striking her. I'm just joking. Yes, but don't. Am I striking her because she's a woman? Yes, but anyway, that's gonna be on the Discord too.
Sussy bussy.
Oh, what are people clipping? Nothing. Shit. Why did I play it? I heard a sound. Add me. No, it's a 1v1. Okay, between streamers. We're on a different.
He's got to
level.
be mad embarrassed.
Probably. I didn't choose to be here. It chose me. It is Michael Jackson. I like it. All right, what do I do? Join Funny Tuesday challenge?
I didn't name it. It's auto named. Okay, don't look at me.
All right, I know how to play this. I haven't done it ever, but I got a. Where's their mask, bro? Damn. Kind of
Sorry,
cringe.
I just, I like coughing on people. I do have a cough right now, legit though.
Oh.
It's fine.
You guys could say whatever you want. Like Liam, could look at chat if he wants. What do you think, Liam? Actually.
What the fuck,
bro? Before,
wait,
how do I mute this, bro? The audio is too loud.
Oh, the settings button, bottom left.
It's too much work. I just put the music away.
Oh, fair. I've never seen a license plate with a red side on it. Like you know how in Europe they've got the blue strip? This one has red strips on it.
I don't know. Mute. Yeah, I don't know either. Mute your tab. I do want to be a streamer, but I don't got a set. Well, then you can't join. I know where this is. You're gonna get killed.
Oh, I do too.
Shit.
You're fucked. I just don't know where in it.
Yeah, Russia. Oh, I should have tried to read it. I could read Russian. I should have tried to read it. I was just too excited.
We both guessed equally as bad.
True. Why isn't Liam streaming? I don't know. He just popped in. Mute your tab. I kind of like this music. I think we're gonna keep this for now.
The music's jammers.
It is. And we had song requests on for long enough. The hell is this, bro?
I have nothing to go off of.
Dinell, what's up? I have something to go off of. Oh, yes. I think I know where this is.
I have something to go off too. You're fucked. You're fucked.
You're fucked, bro.
You're fucked.
Wait. I don't remember where this is. No.
You're actually done. You wanna know why?
I know why.
Do you wanna know why?
Yes!
I'm from
We
here.
both.
Oh fuck! I lost.
Yeah, but I know what CZ stands for. I'm not a dumbass. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yo, we're even. Holy shit.
Yeah, we're like equally as bad.
No, you're good, Butter. You're good. I'm out of bacon. I think we're good, but okay. Bro, I don't know this language, bro. It looks similar to the other language that might be.
They all look
Yeah.
the same in the region. I'll be fucking whatever. I don't know the difference, but I'm just gonna.
Same.
It looks more like this. Maybe it's like here, probably.
Pakistan. Thanks for the lurk, Jimmy. Where was it?
It was Bangladesh.
Where was the one before, Timmy? I'm not sure. It's literally the only thing I
The one
looked
before
at.
was in Czech.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're from Czech. That's cool.
I have Slovak heritage.
That's really cool. I also kind of do. Bro, that's why we get along, bro.
Oh my god, it's all adding up.
Where is this?
There's literally nothing here. You can't even tell based off the dirt.
I know where it is.
How?
I don't, bro, but I'm hoping I guessed it right. No!
Wait.
You saw something?
Wait. What is this?
No,
What
no!
is this?
Oh, the sign, right?
Yeah.
No!
Oh.
I didn't see this.
Nathan, let me change my vote. I just threw something down before.
Bro, I literally threw something down to throw you off, but... Oh, you love sushi? Bro, bacon's not kosher. Sorry, go ahead. Sushi is okay. Oh, the music is so fucking good. What the hell?
It's intense, bro. We're going at it now.
Alright, I think I lost this one because I see signs, but I don't recognize the place. Maybe we shouldn't have chat say anything. I think it's more intense like that, right?
I haven't looked at chat at all. I've just been running around.
But I haven't said anything I've seen yet. Oh, I know where this is.
You do?
No, but I'm gonna guess.
I see a sign that says where it is, but not the country.
Go fast so we can help you. I'm sorry, I'm tainted by my... You're fine, VK.
I don't fucking know.
Yo, come on! I got this, Huh? What?
I'll take it.
That
It was
looks-
somewhere in Europe. I just didn't know where. It's a healing round anyways. We're both back at full.
Okay. It looked Nordic.
For real? You... Okay.
I thought it was Nordic, but I guess not. It's one of... You know it? No, bro.
Yes, I know it. Oh my god. Yes, I know it. Yes, I know it. Yes, I know it.
I think I know it. This is gonna be
Don't
kind of a
fucking
guess.
tell him. Nobody tell
No,
him.
don't
Oh
worry,
my
I'm not
God,
looking at chat.
nobody
I'm not
tell
looking
him.
at chat. It looks Greek.
There was a Greek flag. Like.
Oh, it looked Greek. I'm a genius though. It looked Greek, and I guessed
There was-
Greek.
There was Greece's flag just chilling by the beach. It was it's just
Oh.
out in the open.
Bro, we're gods though. Are we not? We're like even
We're not
every
even doing
round.
that bad.
Yeah. What the
We're
fuck is this?
We're equally good and bad. I have no clue, but I might have a guess for it.
The hell is this? I was about to tell you where it was.
Wait, that place has no coverage. Never mind.
But it's a Google. Google has coverage everywhere, no?
Nah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really bad with these. I have no idea.
This is giving me nothing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I was gonna guess China, but then I remember China barely has any coverage, and Africa also barely has any coverage, so it's rough. I'm just gonna fucking do it here, I guess.
I put a place that... No!
Oh.
What?
Oh, I told you it was China.
What?
It was basically China.
How'd you get that? Bro? I died? Wait, rematch. Bro, you got lucky, bro.
What? I said it looked like China, and so then I guessed next to China.
All right,
It's
you're
not
good.
Luck.
All right, you're better than me. But how the
Yeah,
hell did you
yeah,
know
I'm
that?
better.
Okay.
I can't tell you my secrets, otherwise I'll lose.
I've never studied this game, okay?
I haven't either.
Oh.
I played against people that are really good, and I get demolished every single round, and it's bad.
I'm gonna study this game one of these days. The hell, bro? Big mountains equals somewhere in China? Alright, I'll keep that in mind for next time then.
This is a weird one.
This is weird, I agree. Oh!
I'm getting mixed signals.
Oh!
Never mind. I found something.
You're gonna know. This one is the easiest one for me.
Yeah, by far. I mean, for you especially. I see the characters.
I'm a dumbass.
Blue.
I should have looked more specifically where it is. I just guessed.
You just guessed. Why did I not guess Tokyo? I feel so dumb for that one.
Told you Liam is a god. That wasn't a god. He got 1 round on me. Every other round was equal, pretty much.
Oh, I've been here.
Me too.
What the fuck?
I've been
no,
there.
No, you haven't.
I've been there.
I don't know. Wait, I was kidding. Hold up.
How do you not know, bro?
I'm sorry. I'll just guess here.
What? Huh?
Oh, I could have figured that out.
Oh, it was
too.
Zealand. Yeah, I just saw an English sign, so I went America.
Oh my.
It only takes 1 round. Yeah, that's true. But
it has to be a late game round.
yeah.
Oh.
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 That sounds. I get confused sometimes between those 2 countries. You know what?
I'll
Fuck
tell you,
it.
you're looking at the same sign I was. Yeah, I had no clue.
Oh, it was definitely Nordic, but I wasn't sure where. I mean, Timmy would own us, bro. He said Denmark. He knew.
Oh wait, I've guessed this place before.
Bro, shut up, bro.
No, but like for real,
Bro,
This,
honestly,
like,
I think I
not
did
familiar.
too. I did too, I think, but I don't remember where it was.
I don't remember either. No, but it's. Yes, I do.
You do? Bro, I have no idea where this is. You're bullshitting, bro. You don't remember. Anagas?
My guess is definitely not close to it, but I know the country.
Oh, I don't know the country. I'm guessing somewhere in Europe.
Damn, wait, it was French. There was French.
You messed up.
There was a French. Literally, it was a full-on French. Why? Okay.
Bro, this is tense, bro.
I'm losing this round currently.
Yeah, but
easy clap.
You say that every round, bro. Like, you know what Don John means, bro.
No, wait, actually, okay, wait. Somebody taught me about these little things on the side of the road, the little white stubs with the black tips.
Oh, yeah.
They are an indicator of a place.
Yeah, well, not that place.
No, I literally guessed before I can look at it. Oh my god.
That I thought it looks Romanian, but Liam has a good
I
poker face. He does.
Yeah.
He's a good bullshitter, bro. Can you show me your
How do you think I get people to gamble so much? What the fuck is this?
Would you become a gambling streamer?
What I mean, it depends what would go into it. Like, why? There has to be some reason for it, you know?
Money?
Probably not. Because honestly, the people that go into gambling streaming are already making enough money, you know? Like, they don't need to do these deals. All right, I have absolutely no fucking clue. Do you just want to, like, take a long stroll on the roads and see who finds something first?
No. I know where it is.
No? Okay, well, me too, actually. I know as well. Those have no coverage.
Oh.
Sure. I lost now. That's the losing round.
I just thought it was Africa because I saw a dirty car.
Chad doesn't have any coverage in there. There's no.
Bro,
Northern Africa has like 4 places.
Listen, if I win here or if you win, I don't think I still think we're pretty much equal skill level.
Yeah.
But
what is this?
Oh yeah, I don't think Jimmy did it.
Wait.
I'm getting vibes from this, but
I know where this is.
of course you do, bro.
I always know.
Shit, bro. There's like no time to look when you guess, bro. Fuck.
That's why I did it. 'Cause I had
Ah!
no clue.
No.
Oh, did you
I'm
find the
choking.
sign?
No, I'm choking. I was trying to go to Thailand, but I was so concentrated on the fuck, bro. I was so concentrated on the time. And Phoenix said Thailand. Fuck, bro. I actually wanted Thailand. You're an asshole, bro.
Tee. You did that to me earlier. I don't want to hear it.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck? How?
That's not even right. I just wanted to force you to do it. And I'm a dumbass. I know that's not right. I don't know why I did that. I should have done the country
I'm
next
just gonna
to
guess.
it. Yeah, it
Take
was closer to like there. I don't know why I did Turkey, bro. I'm a dumbass, bro. Okay, I gotta be good I gotta be good under pressure, bro. I'm not.
You could
right
beat
now.
me in 1 turn here.
I know, it's so dumb. Bro, I don't know trees, bro.
Oh. Oh.
The fuck is this, bro?
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna find the exact place.
Yeah, okay.
You doubt me?
Yes, with all my heart. Shit, there's kids. Wait, those
Stop
kids.
looking at the kids.
Those kids.
You know, I know. I'm guessing. I'm not letting you figure it out.
No, those kids look like they're from this area of the world.
Which area? I already voted.
This area.
I just fucking threw yes. You won.
I was thinking Africa, but I didn't win.
Oh,
I was thinking
wait,
Africa, but when I saw the kids, I was like, this is not Africa.
Oh.
That's easy. Yeah, I wasn't Spanish speaking. You were wrong. Bro, what are these cars, bro? Fuck.
Dog? That one is a cracked back glass.
I didn't see a dog.
These are very pretty trees. You see the purple trees that are
Oh,
down the
I know
road?
where this is.
You do?
Yeah, this is so easy.
It's on Tyrone Avenue.
This is super easy. Australia.
Yeah.
It was Australia!
Why the fuck did you vote Australia?
Because I didn't think it was Australia.
Oh my god.
I was trying to trick you, bro. Imagine you put Australia.
Imagine I won.
Oh, I beat you that round though, right?
No, we tied. We both got 0
shit.
points.
This one's easy.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I second that. Wait, I don't know where the. Okay. Boom.
I think I won. Yeah, I
Shit.
won. I won.
Yeah, you
that
won.
one was easy. It was Sweden. Let's go! Who's the god gamer now? Both of us.
Okay, we gotta do best of 3 though, because like, you know,
You're
I
right.
won one,
You're
you
right.
won one.
I think we're pretty
don't get-
even though, to be honest.
Yeah, but you don't get the god gamer title for beating me in this game.
Yeah, we'll play more
it's-
games.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just letting you know, like.
Yeah, I mean, if you beat
it's
me in this
it's because
game-
I'm above average in every game that I play.
Me too. That's why we're equal here. We're both god gamers. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. And you're coping.
What?
What?
It's kind of messed up, bro.
Sorry, I'm just spitting facts.
You gotta respect.
Also,
your
I know where this
elders.
is.
I know where this is too, actually.
I doubt that.
I swear you don't know where this is, and I got it right. Shit.
16 to 4.
You know what I was thinking? I saw the code looked like Japan, so I thought it was closer to Japan. Because my phone number in Japan was 090 or something. You have to challenge them on Switch Sports. I don't even have Switch Sports. Give me 100 subs and I'll challenge him in it.
The game's like 30 bucks.
Yeah, but 100 subs would be nice.
I feel like you know where this is. I'm just gonna do it. I think I'm wrong, but I'm gonna do it.
I guess, bro. I had no idea.
Dude,
Japan?
we both had no fucking clue.
It was 100% not Japan.
Okay, well, Mr. United States.
I
my
just put
ass.
US. Moog? Why are you guys getting it? I have to write notes. I'm hurt you're not looking at the link I sent you. I'm stressed. I can't look at it right now. I was about to do the same shit, bro. Fuck you.
I knew it was Africa. I just wanted to pressure you. I didn't know.
I wanted to pressure you. It looked African or Australian, and I thought Australian.
Oh yeah.
Man.
To you, of course. Yeah, it's okay.
The fuck is this, bro?
Very fucking green and rich and not rich. Not rich.
Rich and greenness. Why did you
Very
say
green. You know what's very green?
the money? Huh? It doesn't let me go this way. Bro, shut up, bro. You do not know where this is.
Dude, it's so green here. It's on. You won't even believe how green it is.
All right, I don't fucking have time, bro. Fuck.
I guess Ireland is pretty green as well. Not as green.
Yeah, I just saw. I was like, it must be Europe since it's so green. But
Yeah. Healing round. Watch me just.
can I join VC? Don't say anything. Bro, what? Bro, you playing? You're scared of me, bro. This is why you're doing this. I can tell. I can smell the fear in my enemy's eyes.
You're coping so hard. I just threw out a random guess.
That's what I'm saying. You
Oh,
threw
let's
out.
go. Heal out.
Bro.
No, it's because it's a healing round. It doesn't matter.
No. You threw it out because you're scared. That's why you've been doing that.
You are so cope, dude. It's so much cope right now. It's seeping through your microphone into my headphones.
I think I know where this is right away.
Me too.
Okay, I actually think I know where this is.
I don't know this language.
Don't look at stream.
I'm not. I genuinely just don't know the language. I should just throw out like a random guess, shouldn't I?
Oh, this is definitely in the region. Like, if I'm wrong on this, I'm gonna retire. It's definitely in the region. I might be wrong on the country.
Let's go.
Fuck, bro! It was in the region, but... Well, kinda. Shit.
Yeah, Mister.
I'm doing
the
pretty
region.
bad.
You knew where it was.
It looked like Romanian, Hungarian type language. I don't know. Bro, what the... Yeah.
Here we
Whatever.
go. What are we
is
looking at
this?
here?
Bro, what the fuck? It's literally just houses around the
They look like barns, bro. This is shit. It's green as fuck, though. You know what green as fuck means?
Ireland. Bro, I'm looking for a sign. Fuck it. I'm gonna risk it.
Good luck. It's Ireland, 100%, dude. You've never seen anything this green.
You know what? I'm gonna go Europe. I was gonna go US, but okay. That's good. That's fine. No! Oh, I beat you. Okay.
Yeah, you beat me.
Alright. Sweden? That's Sweden? I live near there? No, you don't. You're in Canada. There was a lake. Bro, don't shut up, bro. Don't tell me you know where this looks
Dude, look
very
how
unique.
fucking green it is.
This looks beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
It's so green and green and green, dude. Like,
Shit, I thought it. Bro, stop, bro. You see nothing. You're doing this like for
dude, no,
reason.
you literally can't. You can't tell how green it is, can you? Like, the greenness is giving off where we are.
Is it
I actually go to
Canada?
the wrong place. Like, mega the wrong place. Like, I realized I was stupid.
Alright, wait, who got it closer? Oh my god, look how close that is.
20 closer. Oh my god.
I'm feeling Sweden. Oh, well, you're wrong. Red house with white window boards means Nordic country. Wait, I'm sorry. It's hard to read chat. This man does it a second later. Oh, you're not gonna get this. I got this.
What do you mean I'm not gonna get this? I literally know exactly what this is.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I know. I literally know exactly where it is.
I literally know exactly where it is as well.
What? That was Chinese, bro. Let's go, baby. Get out of here. Damn, we're still alive.
Fuck?
That was Chinese. I don't know what you were thinking.
Oh, I was gonna guess Taiwan, Taiwan, and then I just ignored it. Just voted anyways.
Bro, what?
What are these?
This looks so
buildings?
cool. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, vote something. Come on, do it.
Dude, it's mad fucking. Oh
No!
dude, this is where the Hobbits were filmed, dude.
Bro,
I don't fucking know.
I don't know this shit, bro. Fuck.
Good luck, I guess.
It looks Nordic. It looks super Nordic to me. But
Don't-
I'm gonna say
do it.
Norway.
My guess was so.
Let's
wrong.
go! Get out of
Literally,
here!
I knew afterwards because I was trying to think of an anime.
Greece? What are you talking about, Greece? Let's go!
No. I was trying to think of the anime. What was it called?
Oh.
It's the one with Thorfinn in it and his dad.
Oh, that shit is so good. Vinland
That
Saga.
was my immediate thought, and now that I'm looking at it, like literally, that's the place that this is based off of.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
Saga.
saying?
Yeah. Bro, there was a flag. I was scared you were good with flags, and I was like, oh, I hope
No,
he...
I'm awful.
Okay, me too. That was
I'm fine.
really, really, really fun for
Mhm.
me.
Thanks for letting me join.
Yeah, like, I don't know. That was really fun. Thank you.
I'll
Most-
see you later, bro.
Mostly because
Good
I
luck.
won. But
Okay, well, next time, just be ready.
I'm the new god gamer in GeoGuessr. That's
I wish I
about
could server mute you right now.
Oh, that was fun. Okay. Thanks for the games. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. I played pretty well, right? I saw like after my guess, I was looking at what you guys guessed. I feel like I guessed better than like you guys sometimes. In the beginning, not, but later on. I didn't cheat. No, I read chat afterwards. And chat
Monkey
gave me
do
wrong
okay.
stuff sometimes.
Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Thank you, Dino. Delete Liam's message too. Oh, you have the moments badge? Hell yeah, bro. Oh, that was super fun for me. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was really fun. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I vibe pretty well with Liam. I don't know. Okay. Makito, okay, you did that, Liam? Oh, alright. Let's end stream on a high note, yeah? Deleted my message? What are you talking about? Who deleted your message? I don't know what you're talking about. My record is positive. I will never verse you again. Oh, that was great. Alright. Let's see who to raid here. Oh, Cashew is streaming. And Woodweeze. And Swift. A lot of people we know. Bro, should we raid the sleeping guy from the subathon? He's literally naked, bro. I'm gonna say Cashew. I don't see Cashew live that often. Which message? Yeah, I don't know what Liam's talking about.
Those words meant.
Cashew is awesome. If you don't know him, he's a big part of the community. He loves Levelhead. He wants me to play it. And he's just a really cool dude. He played Osu before on stream. Levelhead is his main game, though. He's like speedruns it. So check him out if you like speedruns. And if you like chill vibes, he's very chill. And we're going to go into ending credits right here. Thank you to everyone who joined. Why is my Spotify music not playing? Because I'm a dumbass and I quit out of it like an idiot. Raid the sleeping guy. Jimmy. Bro, did you witness what just happened? I beat Liam, bro. Why is he naked? I don't know, bro. Look at this muscle. Me and Jimmy told me to raid him. Can you put the raid message, Dina? He always sleeps in the same position. It's true. Jimmy told me to put my video because you could like give him money and put videos, and I did it, and I didn't get videos. I can't get my credits to work. Sag. But thanks for popping in. Thanks for the. I don't think we got any new subs today, but thanks for the raid, Jared, even though you're not here, and for the tournament, Jimmy, great idea, and for the verses right now, Liam, that was really fun, and everyone for popping in and hopefully having a great time. I'll see you guys tomorrow for what are we gonna do? Pokemon Nuzlocke. We're gonna be Pokemon Nuzlocking, and then probably going into community games or something else after. I'm not sure yet. You are in the roll credits. And copy that if you're subscribed for when we raid. Hopefully it doesn't
Monkey
end.
do good. Monkey do very good.
Yeah, that guy is weird. I'm disappointed.
Bruh.
Jimmy never did a coin flip. Lol.
See you next time.
Even Jimmy says we should raid
Monkey
him. No,
do
we're not
bad.
raiding him.
Monkey do very bad.
I don't want to raid him. Good night, Phoenix. Even if you guys are going to go, just stay in for the raid, you know? So it looks cooler. Have a good one all. Let's go. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Also, we talk on Discord sometimes after, so join the Discord if you want. Bye-bye. Bye. Pingalinga ding dong, no schlang bing bong. All right, let's go.
That was loud.
Sorry. Jimmy.
Whoa. Ping Pong Masters, thanks for the raid.